His Excellency will join in a couple of minutes' time. They've just confirmed. Divya, can you please check Professor Mohapatra has joined or not? Yes, please.
मम्मी, मॉम,
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
आना एक सेकंड. लाइव स्ट्रीम
जैसे हम लोग का चलता था.
आप लोगों का क्या चलता था? वो मोदी वाला.
हाँ,
मैं दिखा रहा हूँ आपको एक सेकंड. यूट्यूब कहाँ है? आपने फोन रिबूट मारा है?
पता नहीं, मेरे को नहीं मालूम. अभी मैंने खोला तो मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा, टाइप ही नहीं कर पा रही हूँ.
वो इससे नहीं टाइप कर पा रहे क्योंकि एनिमेशन लेवल बहुत हाई है.
हैं?
एनिमेशन लेवल बहुत हाई.
कर दो. कैसे करेंगे? इधर कीबोर्ड कहाँ जा रहा है? टाइप कर रही हूँ और समझ भी नहीं आ रहा. मैंने पूछा नहीं आपको कि आप बिजी हैं. मैं टाइप कर रही हूँ, जा ही नहीं. इंग्लिश वर्ड ही नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. फिर इसको अचानक इसको दबाया तो वो ऊपर चला कर गया. तब मैंने दोबारा टाइप किया. फिर क्या हो गया समझ में?
फ्लोटिंग कीबोर्ड ऑन कर देते हो आप भी यहाँ पे.
कहाँ से?
3 बटन जो
नहीं,
होते
मैंने
हैं
नहीं किया.
तो आप नंबर प्रेस करते हो तो हो जाता है.
मैं ट्राई कर रही थी कि मतलब इसको वापस अपनी ज्योति विजावन.
ज्योति विजावन
अभी आया. ज्योति विजावन आया.
Diksha, Divya, just unmute yourself.
Divya, just check if Professor Mahapatra has joined.
Not ma'am, not. I can't see him. No, he hasn't joined, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, he has joined. Yes, ma'am, he has joined. Yes, he's there in the panelist only.
Divya ma'am, if you're saying something, we are not able to hear you. Sheetal ma'am, if you give permission, shall we start?
Yes, please. Only Ambassador Sahib has to join us. We can begin.
Okay. Good morning. It is my proud privilege to welcome this august gathering on behalf of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University and JNU for the Young Researchers Conference 2021. I, Dr. Diksha Katyal, an Erasmus scholar, welcomes you to YRC 2021 on the theme Global Dynamics and Emerging Trends, India and Europe, jointly organized by Directorate International Affairs, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, and Yo Monnet Module, Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. This conference sets the note for two grand universities like JNU and GGSIPU to collaborate. Both JNU and GGSIPU have always groomed the young to ensure that they become Ramans and Ramanujans of tomorrow. This conference is a step in the same direction wherein we are trying to facilitate and mold the young generation to trudge this holy path of research. Joining hands together, we will further ensure a wonderful exposure in all the fields for this asset of ours called youth. Now I'll hand over the stage to Professor Vijita Aggarwal, Director, International Affairs, GGSIPU, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Ugo Astuto, His Excellency Ambassador Shri Dinesh Patnaik ji, Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma ji, Professor Aswini Mohapatra, Deans and Directors of the University, and my fellow colleagues and very dear participants. Today at Young Researchers Conference 2021, Global Dynamics and Emerging Trends, India and Europe, I have great pleasure in welcoming dignitaries par excellence. First of all, I welcome His Excellency Ambassador Ugo Astuto, Ambassador of European Union to India, who has very kindly consented to grace the occasion and deliver keynote address. Ambassador Ugo Astuto entered the Italian diplomatic services in 1991. His career in Italian foreign services spanned experiences in embassies of Nairobi and London, including as alternate director for Italy in European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In the permanent representation in Brussels and embassy in Delhi, where he served as deputy head of mission. He also served in European External Action Services in Brussels, first as director for South and Southeast Asia, and then deputy managing director, director for Asia and the Pacific from July 2016 to September 2019. He was principal director for Asia in Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Europe. He is the ambassador of European Union to India since October 2019. A very welcome to you, sir. I also have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ambassador Shri Dinesh Patnaik ji, Director General, Indian Council of Cultural Relations, who is our guest of honor at the conference. Sir is a career diplomat of Indian Foreign Services with experience of around 30 years in a variety of interesting and challenging assignments. He has served in Indian missions in Geneva, Dhaka, Beijing, and Vienna. At headquarters, he has served in Europe West, external publicity, Africa, and UN divisions. Shri Patnaik served as Deputy Chief of Mission at Indian Embassy in Vienna. He was India's ambassador to Cambodia and Kingdom of Morocco. He was Deputy High Commissioner of India to London. Prior to joining ICCR, he served as Additional Secretary, Indian Ocean Region, and thereafter Additional Secretary in Ministry of External Affairs. Ambassador Patnaik holds a master's degree in administration, business administration from a prestigious institute, IIM Calcutta. He also holds a master's degree in advanced international studies from University of Vienna. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. I welcome Padma Shri Dr. Mahesh Verma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, under whose patronage the conference is being organized. Professor Verma has been Dean of Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, New Delhi, where he continues his association as Professor Emeritus. Professor Verma is President of International Association for Dental Research, India Division, and past President of the Indian Dental Association Head Office, Indian Prosthodontic Society, International College of Dentists, Pierre Foucault Academy, and various other professional organizations. He is an honorary advisor of Armed Force Dental Services, Ministry of Defense, and international advisor to Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, United Kingdom. Dr. Mahesh Verma has been conferred the highest medical honor, Dr. B.C. Roy Award, by the President of India in 2007. Dr. Verma was also conferred fourth highest civilian award, Padma Shri, by President of India in 2014 for his exemplary work in medical sciences. In 2020, the President of India conferred National Award on him for outstanding efforts in science and technology. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I also welcome Professor Aswini K. Mohapatra, who is Dean School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Mohapatra is a renowned scholar in field of international relations and specializes in West Asian studies. With large number of publications to his credit, he has participated in large number of events in India and abroad. He was visiting professor at Chow University, Tokyo. He was also European Union visitor to Brussels. He was visiting professor as Maison des Sciences de Homme, Paris. He participated in 1999 in conflict resolution program in Uppsala University, Sweden. He also participated in international civilian peacekeeping and peace building training program in Austria. A very warm welcome to you, sir. This conference is being organized by Directorate of International Affairs, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, in collaboration with Yo Monnet module under the framework of Erasmus Plus program of the European Union being implemented by JNU. Dr. Sheetal Sharma is heading this effort. I welcome you also, Dr. Sheetal Sharma. Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University is the largest state university in National Capital Territory of New Delhi. We have best-in-class infrastructure in academics, research credentials, and innovative pedagogical approaches. Through more than 170 elaborate academic programs that we run in diverse streams of science, medicine, pharmacy, nursing, engineering, information technology, law, humanities, management, commerce, art, and media, our university has become hub of human quest for knowledge. We provide an interdisciplinary learning environment to international students with an innovative, professional, and value-based approach. We have robust international linkages that are continuously nurtured through a range of activities in enriching experience of students in general and international students in particular through cross-cultural interactions. The Directorate of International Affairs is a strategic link between university and external stakeholders in India and abroad. We facilitate the implementation of internationalization strategy of the university. We have active engagements through MOUs with some of the leading universities in the world. The cross-cultural appreciation and experience is continuously enhanced by way of conferences, seminar, webinars, and many other activities in collaboration with organizations such as European Union, UNESCO, embassies, and partner universities in India and abroad. This conference is a step in the same journey where we have tried to bring some brilliant scholars to reflect on global dynamics and emerging trends in the context of India and Europe. I hope you all will enjoy the conference as much as we did in putting it together. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ugo Astuto, Director General Dr. Dr. Dinesh Patnaik ji, Vice Chancellor of University, Dean of School of International Studies, Professor Aswini Mohapatra, to this August gathering. As we say that all great journeys begin with steps. Both the idea and organization of this conference was an interesting story. And it started all with my interaction with Dr. Diksha Katyal from IPU, and then getting subsequently introduced to Director of International Affairs, Professor Vijita Aggarwal and Divya Verma. As you know, that the mandate of the European Union is to promote academic activities and education all over the world. And being recipient of some of the projects of your Monnet activities, heading that in JNU, I thought of collaborating with Indraprastha University. And nothing can be better when two good institutions, esteemed institutions, come together, join hands in order to promote European studies in India. And this is how this conference was designed, and it's now unfolding in front of you. It gives me again immense pleasure to organize YRC 21, because we had two such conferences in the past, YRC 18 and YRC 19. However, because of pandemic, YRC 20 could not see the day of the light. But as soon as the year started, we thought of introducing YRC 21 for our audience and for our students. The idea of organizing this conference on the theme of global dynamics and emerging trends is very timely, because pandemic has opened up new possibilities, challenges, issues, and number of things that need to be taken care of. The world is undergoing transformation, and the dynamic nature of the world has to be understood. Within this context, how two powers like India and Europe can independently work and work in collaboration and cooperation with each other in order to bring synergies out that can be beneficial for the development of humanity. We are absolutely facing a challenge at this point of time in life. World over, globally, we have been hit by pandemic. However, the changing trends are going to pose greater challenges. But as a task, as a researcher, our task is to overcome these challenges, look together in the same direction with convergence of values. With this small introduction, I would like to invite Professor Aswini Kumar Mohapatra, Dean SIS, School of International Studies from JNU, to kindly chair the session and begin the proceedings of the conference. Thank you very much. Aswini sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Aswini sir.
Aswini sir, audio is not functioning. Can I request Dr. Divya Verma and Diksha to kindly play a small Vandana in the meantime?
Blessings to all.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते
Though I'm a fan of online programs because of the outreach they have, I get amazed by the lingering memories these technical glitches create. I call them lingering because they're the memories that stay with you for a long, long while, especially the organizers. So even when the event is over, it's going to come back to us. So these are memories being created here. Just give us a minute, we'll get back.
Diksha,
Ji.
I can see Ambassador Ashok Sajana there in the list of the panelists right now.
Right.
Ashok, can I request you to please give some words of appreciation and inauguration? Ashok sir?
Ji. Well, thank you very much, Sheetal, and thank you very much, Dr. Deekta Katyal, and all the organizers of this conference. I think, one of the reasons could be, Sheetal, that, now it's better maybe, because if everyone else can put their mics on mute, then it'll become much easier for whatever is being said to be heard. So let me say what a great pleasure. Yeah, I think Dr. Aswini Mohapatra is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
thank you.
I cede the floor.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm extremely sorry with the outset for the inconvenience. Hello, Dr. Sheetal, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very much audible, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, for your great initiative, as usual, organizing this the Young Research International Conference in collaboration with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, and I also give part of the credit to the distinguished colleague of ours from that university, particularly Dr. Diksha Katyal, Professor Vijita Aggarwal. I think that's a wonderful initiative on your part. I do appreciate on behalf of the School of International Studies. And we have today the inaugural session as distinguished guest. We have with us His Excellency Astuto, Ambassador of European Union to India. We have with us the special address to be delivered by Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. And also we have with us today His Excellency Shri Dinesh Patnaik, Director General of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. This is something I believe is meant for the young research scholars, and Dr. Sheetal has given me this responsibility of chairing this inaugural session. And as a student of international politics, when you try to burden the young research scholars to appreciate, understand, explain the global dynamics at a time when things are in a state of flux, and we appear, or we at least believe that we are poised to enter into a different world in the post-pandemic, even if we still continue to believe that this pandemic is not at over. But international relations scholars have begun to wonder and unravel the things that are likely to emerge towards the end of the pandemic. regardless of the origin of the pandemic, little controversial, and also to an extent polemical in terms of narrative build-up. What India and European Union together could do it. I guess because it's a once in way back for 10 years back as a European Union visitors to Brussels, and I was to an extent taken aback when I came across a couple of people who were there to interact with me that India is a quintessential representation of the very idea on the basis of European Union has evolved, that is the unity in diversity. And this so-called multiculturalism, social capital, all that stuff they talk about, the India, is something which is embedded in this land of Bharat. And I think at one level, which may not be quite visible to many of you, but there is a kind of shared idea of European Union on the one side, India on the other. It's something which goes beyond the conventional idea of institution, values, set of rules and regulations. And that is something what lies at the ideational level, not so much at the material level. You have a huge discrepancy if you take this material aspect of it as the parameters. But nevertheless, both the countries appear to be, sometimes they try to project, even if they don't want to project, they have been projected by the IR critic as the would-be power. So 10 years back, European Union also was projected as would-be power, but many were not inclined to accept European Union as a would-be power the way they think America is, or the way they imagine China would be. Some would say, it's a civilian power, toothless civilian power. Some would categorize as a kind of typical normative power, except to an extent Russia. It's always considered European Union as a kind of security actor, not simply a kind of benign emergent power as such. But then we have also seen the series of failure on part of European Union from 1995, the Dayton Accord, until the Eurozone crisis, 2008, following this fiscal crisis there, even up to 2011-12, post-Arab Spring, that you had this migration issue from Syria, particularly West Asia, and latest, the pandemic periods. There are signs of disunity, how Italy decided to break away from this group and went for the Chinese deceptive, ambitious BRI project. And, you have this kind of political problems confronting European Union. It's not out about, I don't want to get into this because I have scholarly colleagues in my center, European Studies Center, Professor Satdeva, Professor Umu Salma Baba, Professor Bashwati Sarkar. These people have done wonderful work related to this. But something what Dr. Sheetal Sharma has taken up here in collaboration with Indraprastha University is to explore the sharedness between European Union and India. Because European Union, to my mind, is not simply an institution, it is an idea, which transcends the constructivist theory, which is very much current. I'm quite sure my IR scholars are well familiar with this constructivism, whether it is social constructivism or post-positivism, whatever, which basically centers around dissolution of this whole debate around structure and agency. So European Union to be well fits in that kind of idea, which transcends this whole conventional social science debate centered around structure agency. Which comes first, chicken or the egg? So European Union for us as an IR scholar is beyond the the conventional understanding of international politics based on the material aspect of power. Okay. So no doubt people categorize European Union as a normative power, as a norm setter. It believes in, for example, democratization, for example, its adherence to the human rights, women empowerment. All these ideas largely have emerged from European Union discussion, and they have deployed whatever resources they have for the promotion and dissemination, even to an extent, implementation. The whole East Mediterranean project of 2004-2005 was based on that. They were the people responsible in creating the constituency in the name of democratization from below. All that the phenomena that you saw subsequently Arab Spring, whether it is Tunisia in other parts of West Asia, had much to do with what they were propagating before. So it's something didn't happen just like that. It's basically promotion of the civility and the idea of civil society, which is completely engulfed by the autocratic authoritarian nature of the state as such, whether monarchical or republican. So to say, if you identify the set of ideas, norms, institution based on which European Union has emerged as a global actor, forget about designating as a power as such, what would be its role? And to what extent India, which like European Union believes in multilateralism, because remember, European Union is a multilateralism par excellence. It is the highest level of multilateral experiment in the world, since the very word was coined in 1970s by the American scholars. So, in a way, we have these shared ideas and beliefs, and on what areas that we can collaborate together to build up a multilateral, it's called multipolar multilateral international society. Multipolarity, at the same time, you have a multilateralism. So this is, I guess, I'm not very much sure about this because I asked for a concept note which is not reflected. What is the ultimate objective of this kind of joint exercise, academic events, academic exercise, is to work on a specific ideal. The ideal may not be achievable in your lifetime, but nevertheless, they remain as a kind of source of inspiration to work towards achieving, accomplishing particular ideal in life. And I'm quite happy to, and it's indeed an honor and privilege to welcome the panelists today in the inaugural session on behalf of the School of International Studies to conduct this brainstorming session among the international research scholars, young research scholars, to discuss, reflect, debate, and deliberate some of the issues which are common to all of us. Before I end, I leave it to my colleagues and to encourage this idea. That's something I would like to put before you. I hope some of you may appreciate this. India as an idea of India and the idea of Bharat. I expect more scholarly work between the Indian scholars on the one side, European scholar on the other, to work more on idea of Bharat. I'm highlighting distinction not in economic terms, which was quite popular in 1970s, in purely geocultural terms. Idea of India is a colonial construct. Idea of Bharat is indigenous, nativist. It represents a repository of ideas, wisdom, knowledge, which needs to be discovered. It has the idea which is universal message. It has this philosophy, spirituality, which is not confined to a particular sect or any community. It's an idea where you'll find celebration of diversity. It's an idea which directs, guides. It's an idea in which you will find not simply polytheism, but plurality of beliefs. It is an idea where you will find all of us Indians, not believers, but seekers of knowledge. So I expect from this particular exercise, something emerges towards exploration, explication, and further dissemination of idea of Bharat, which is universal message, both for us, Europeans, Americans, everybody, which goes beyond the simplistic, conventional definition of power, superpower, hegemony, all kinds of stuff. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Hopefully, it will come out to something which is quite stimulating and innovative. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sid.
May I request Mohapatra sir to kindly invite His Excellency?
Okay, with this, that's my job. I thought I would. Okay, now I request His Excellency Astuto, Ambassador of European Union to India, to deliver the keynote address for this Young Research Scholar Conference. Over to His Excellency Astuto, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, professors, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. I think it's a good moment to discuss the way I had the direction that the word it's likely to take after the pandemic. Not that we are out of the wood yet, that's not the case, I'm afraid. We don't know for certain what the new world order, quote unquote, will look like after COVID. Probably life will not be quite the same as it used to be 1 year ago, let's say. The pandemic has already changed our way of life, the way we work, as we see today in this virtual edition of this dialogue. The way we do business and the way we interact with each other as individuals and as societies. So that's why we need younger researchers such as you all participating in this exercise today. We need young researchers to help us understand the wider implication of the pandemic and maybe also indicate some trends, the way forward. Many say that the pandemic has acted as a sort of accelerator, making existing trends ever more prominent. The EU-India angle can be a good starting point, I believe, and the subjects, the topics chosen for this conference, they all touch upon key areas: society, politics, culture in Europe, management practice, institutions, and Europe as a normative actor. Now, the EU itself, what makes the EU a uniquely placed actor in today's world? Well, one has to touch also on the EU history. I think to understand that the EU is quite a unique economic and political union of countries. It was born in the aftermath of the Second World War and its devastation. And its core vision is precisely never again. To avoid at all costs the repetition of the war and its destruction. Our founders sought with determination to replace conflict with dialogue and confrontation with peace, based on common values and the rule of law. And this ethos remains the red thread even today, as it runs through all our treaties. Today, as you know, we're a union of 27 member states. We are well known as the largest trading bloc in the world, but the European Union, it's not just about economics. That's why the reference to Europe as a normative power, I believe, is particularly important. In our external projection, in our interaction with the rest of the world, we also try to foster the same values that underpin our founding treaties. And that is why the European Union is a champion of multilateralism, a champion of a rules-based world order. We believe in international cooperation. That's indeed in our DNA, in our founding charter. In today's complex world, increasingly multipolar and also uncertain and erratic, I believe that the European Union and India are natural partners in the sense that they are both democracies and open societies. And this commonality of values does make a difference. And the strategic partnership between the European Union and India has reflected it, has mirrored it, as it has gained momentum over the past few years. Last year, specifically at the last summit between India and the European Union, our leaders decided to further strengthen and broaden the scope of our cooperation. We want to work closer together on a vast array of issues, of topics, on political and security issues, on connectivity, on the defense of multilateralism, but also crucially on climate change, the greening of our economic models, and the digital future. As open societies, we do share the same principles and values of democracy and the commitment to a rules-based international order, which means that together the European Union and India have the potential to be a force for good in global affairs. Right now, be it in India, in the EU, or all over the world, the most pressing priority is clearly to overcome the pandemic. You may know that the European Union and its member states are the largest donor to COVAX, the global initiative aimed at ensuring universal access to COVID vaccines. We want vaccines to be available to all who need them, no matter where people live in the world. We want vaccines to be a global common good. That's why we are, the EU and its member states are the major contributor to COVAX with around 2 billion euro. And the global rollout has just started with millions of vaccines being delivered to Africa and now also to Asia, Cambodia most recently. Well, India as a global pharma hub has clearly a key role to play in COVAX and beyond. India is already on its own accord sending vaccines actually to its neighbors and others in need. And the Serum Institute in Pune is a central player also in the COVAX, in the delivery and the manufacturing and delivery of vaccine in the COVAX initiative. So we have to strengthen global health cooperation in order to better prepare for future emergencies. So also when it comes to COVID, multilateralism, international solidarity is a crucible of the EU external projection. But while we battle COVID, we must not forget the other key challenge that our societies are facing. And what I mean here is the fight against climate change. The fight against climate change and biodiversity loss. There's a need to change the paradigm of growth and to make our economies sustainable. While for COVID we have vaccines now, there is no vaccine for climate change. It's an existential issue for all of us, and we have to protect climate and biodiversity for the sake of future generations. And here again, the European Union and India, by working together, can make COP26 in Glasgow a success. And the same goes for COP15 on biodiversity, which will also be held later this year. Over the next 2 years, governments all over the world will spend a substantial amount of investment. An estimated calculus is about 10 trillion euro on recovery post-COVID to address the economic fallout of COVID, which has been severe all around the world, including in Europe. The choices we make today will shape the lives of the next generation. We want not only to recover, but to come out of the crisis with better economies and societies, to build back better, as the UN Secretary General put it very, very clearly recently. That's why what we call in Europe the EU Green Deal is at the center of our economic recovery strategy, and the clear objective set is for Europe to become the first carbon neutral continent by 2050. So we are determined in the European Union to speed up the transition towards a green, climate neutral and digital Europe. It's a global endeavor, though, clearly. And if we want to succeed, we all need to work together in the international community. And in this respect, European Union-India strategic partnership is essential. It's an essential piece of the puzzle. We can, on climate change and on the fight against biodiversity loss, together take the lead and inject the necessary momentum to shape the global agenda. Another compelling challenge and opportunity also that we face all together is the digital transformation. Getting the digital transformation right will be key also for the world's post-COVID recovery. This means that we need to foster innovation. We need to make the most of the opportunities offered by the digital revolution. But we also need a rule book for the digital economy and society, which would need to cover a number of features. From big tech to data use, privacy, security of infrastructure. So we need to foster innovation, but also to preserve and protect individual freedoms and human rights. And here again, the EU and India have the potential to shape these necessary global standards as fellow democracies. Seamless international transfer of data, which will be key to economic recovery, also depends on an adequate level of data protection and on convergence or respective regulatory frameworks grounded into our democratic values. So let me conclude here by referring to quoting Jean Monnet, one of our founders and the man after whom the study module is named. He said, we often quote from Jean Monnet in the European Union, you will not be surprised. So let me do that again. He said, make men work together and show them that beyond their differences lies a common interest. This is true for the EU. It can also be true for the wider international community. And I think that the European Union and India can lead in this quest for a renewed multilateralism and a cooperative approach to international relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Astuto, for a very brief but quite scintillating presentation, quite enlightening to all, I think, young research scholars. In a way, we have set the tone in terms of identifying the areas on which the research scholars would be deliberating in the next 2 days. Basically, he began by saying, highlighting the naturalness in India-European Union partnership. Okay, the naturalness stems from the shared norms, institutions, and beliefs. Democracy is one part of it. It's true. Also, shared concern, and the shared concern, as he rightly pointed out, reflected in areas climate change, digital transformations, how both sides need to work together for evolution of a set of rules and ensure no defiance of violation takes place, because it's anarchy and chaos. We have already had that kind of experience in the country as well. And the third, he has also mentioned was the green economy, which is extremely important. And perhaps he wanted to say, but he didn't spell out. There is a prospect, the new ideas who have been plotted by some European scholars, including the political leadership, of establishing concert of democracy. The concert of democracy is essential, not just to act as a counterweight or counterbalance to the party state, authoritarian regime. Of late, these regimes have hijacked democratic space and tried to create enough havoc internationally as well as internally. So there's a need for concert of democracy where both sides could take the lead in at least materializing this. Thank you, His Excellency, Ambassador Astuto, for having spared your time and come out with the new ideas and shared with young research scholars. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Baumaji. He is the Vice Chancellor currently of the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. He will be delivering the special address to the young research scholars and distinguished guests. Over to Professor Baumaji.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
His Excellency Mr. His Excellency Mr. Ugo Astuto, Ambassador of EU to India, Ambassador Shri Dinesh Patnaik ji, DG ICCR, Professor Aswini Mohapatra, Dean School of International Studies, JNU, Professor Vijita Aggarwal, Director of International Affairs of Indraprastha University. We have young researchers here, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Dr. Diksha Katyal, Divya Verma, the keynote speakers, panelists, chair of the technical sessions, faculty, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege for Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University to be hosting the Young Researchers International Conference YRC 2021 under the banner of Directorate of International Affairs and Center for European Studies, JNU. To begin with, let me appreciate all the dignitaries, all the keynote speakers, and the resource persons, hoping that the synergy that they create with their diverse point of view, as we have just had two speakers speaking, Professor Mohapatra and Ambassador Astuto, that it would instrumental in changing the path of the shared future. The genesis of this conference lies in the idea that innovative vision and spectrum of global events be brought to the fore from the perspective of young researcher, because this conference is focused on young researchers, and the conference intends to deliberate upon emerging trends, global changes, and current socio-economic and political crisis in changing the landscapes and how these pose challenges, especially to India and European region. Both EU and India are gradually realizing that they need to rethink, reshape, and diversify the political, economic, and technological dependencies. To achieve this, a strong domestic technological base is required in order to remain competitive. Strengthening of these industries would certainly require talent exchange, facilitation of movement across borders for students and professionals, joint innovative initiatives, and further funding for joint research projects. The deliberation at this conference are expected to pave way for such initiatives and give right direction for these enterprises. The time has arrived when the EU and India need to enhance their partnership in support of sustainable modernization. As you just heard, Ambassador Astuto said that what we are targeting is climate change, greening of economy, and digital future. And he very much highlighted that India and European Union can partner, can strategize to bring about the transformation. We need to further develop cooperation on smart and sustainable urbanization, information and communication technology, transport, space, and health security, while simultaneously, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
Please carry on. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
audible.
While simultaneously tackling issues catering to the environment. This is possible only when exchanges on research and innovation to further reinforce progress in these areas do take place. Coming together of two established universities like Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University and Jawaharlal Nehru University, as highlighted by Vijita, along with the direction given by Erasmus plus initiative of European Union, will certainly pave the way for all the aforesaid actions. Let us learn from COVID pandemic. And I think Ambassador Astuto did mention it repeatedly in his address this morning. It has been a juncture of historical transformation, and amidst all the uncertainty, the world has greatly realized the power of global connection and solidarity. And he did mention the access to vaccine within the European Union and how India has become a pharma head and how it has helped neighbors and not only that, many other countries in sharing the vaccine. All of these, humanity has tried to cross the boundaries of race and politics and has emerged as one identity, which we all have, the Homo sapiens. as all the world economies slowly limp back from the recession, international collaboration has taken on an entirely new meaning. Nations are expressing their distress, and the world leaders are expressing support and solidarity for one another. I think it becomes all the more important in today's time. Research, as we are talking about here, is an indispensable tool in our battle against many challenges that humanity is faced with today. A robust approach to research is slowly making it possible for the world to restore human life to normalcy, and international level research has only strengthened this project. The vaccine rollout in India is a significant example of what biomedical research in one nation can accomplish for the rest of the world. India is amongst the world's fastest growing large economies and is an important player in global economic governance. India and Europe have collaborated over the years, drawing inspiration from each other on various fronts. Europe has tremendously influenced India's development of infrastructure and education. From the very beginning, India has aced invention from science to holistic way of life, for example, Ayurveda, and Europe has immensely contributed to the expansion of innovation in the entire world. Further research collaboration can surely open the gates for unprecedented innovation in the field of science and technology, education, and arts for economic growth and development. For the young researcher, I have some words of ancient wisdom from Holy Bhagavad Gita, which says, "We are kept from our goal not by obstacles, but by a clear path to a lesser goal." What it implies is one should not settle for less, rather strive hard to achieve the bigger goal. I share this as a piece of advice for all the young researchers who are here at the conference to realize their skills and passion to not only make a change in the society, but also transcend their fields of knowledge into the ever-widening scope of human potential. Through research, we add to the already existing body of knowledge. Research is like finding that missing piece in the larger puzzle that adds more dimension to the picture of reality, leading us to a newer understanding of the previously known. It is that cyclical process that enables scientific research to make continuous progress over the years with the ultimate goal of improving human lives. Let me take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Ugo Astuto and Shri Dinesh K. Patnaik, Ambassador and DG ICCR, and Professor Aswini Mohapatra for participating in the inaugural session and enriching the conference by their presence. I was deeply impressed when Professor Mohapatra highlighted, and he said he asked the youngsters to explore idea of Bharat rather than idea of India, because idea of Bharat is celebration of diversity and plurality of ideas. And also, I was very impressed when Ambassador Ugo Astuto said that young research can show us the trends. They are the ones who will show us the path. And he said that India and European Union are natural partners because they share the common values. And I was very happy to learn that the core strength of EU is the multilateralism, which is the crucible for European Union. And he also said that India and European Union, through strategic partnership, can really bring about change in individual freedom and bring about the transformation for the entire world. And his concluding statement was very profound when he said, "Make men work together and show them that differences are of common interest." I also appreciate the entire team of Director of International Affairs of our university and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Principal Investigator, Joe Monnet Module Center of European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, for creating this platform for the exchange of ideas. Surely, together we can make a difference, and wish you all the very best. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh Verma, for your interesting and stimulating presentation. And in a way, you have broadened the area of issues highlighted earlier by Ambassador His Excellency Astuto in a way to include all other areas which perhaps were missed out before, like whether it is the health sector or the sustainable development, science and technology. All this, in fact, cry for a better understanding, a greater collaboration between European Union and India as well. And you also mentioned about how India has emerged as the pharmaceutical hub, and it's a generosity in terms of distribution of the vaccines to more than 20 countries. That shows, and that's very much in line with what the core philosophy of what I mentioned, India Bharati is: sharing, not simply monopolizing. That's a basic, there's a major point of difference between India, the way it behaves externally, and many other countries behave externally. It is not hegemonic. It is, that's the reason, it subscribes to this very core idea of multilateralism. Multilateralism is an idea based on sharedness, certain, idea of sharing certain interest, goals, and institution values. Thank you, Professor Verma, for having spared your time and for having encouraged my distinguished colleague from European Studies Center to force that kind of collaborative project, which were not there before. So partly the credit goes to you as well, Professor Verma. And before I request our next guest, Ambassador Sri Dinesh Patnaik, I would just like to, as requested by the organizer, to release I think it's audio, the Young Research Scholars International. This contains all the articles. And can you see me? Can you see this? The title is Global Dynamics and Emerging Trends, India and Europe. So this CD contains the articles or the papers contributed by the young research scholars and both sides with the pictures on it. The pictures included both the organizer from both the universities and it's right. Can you see this? And oh, you're doing it here then. Right, great. Please, Dr. Sheetal. Go on. Great. And they plan to publish it in the form of book shortly. So kudos to all of you for your great initiative, honestly speaking. You are ahead of us. We take 6 to 7 months, to collect articles from the contributors and, publish it. You have started already. Great. Oh, great. Hats off to you.
Thank you, sir.
Then next speaker we have with us the Director General of Indian Council for Cultural Relation, Ambassador Dinesh Patnaik. I think he would be delivering a special address. I hope some of you are familiar with the ICCR. It's a huge and quite arduous job to do, because I was associated with one of these committee of ICCR for 1 year, in 2017. You don't know how many Indians here that you have abroad. And we did this, after 30 years, establishment of the ICSR, the review of all the Indian cheers. It took me to at least 22 countries around the globe. Thank you, sir. So over to you, Mr. Patnaik.
Thank you, Dr. Mohapatra. It's really great pleasure to be here. I hope all of you can hear me.
Yes.
Just nod your head if you can. I don't need more than that. But it's good to see Ambassador Astuto. Good to see you. Dr. Mahesh Verma, we meet again. I think we've been meeting online quite a lot recently. See, I'm very happy because this is for young researchers. And, when I thought of what I'm going to speak, I realized I'm going to speak to young researchers and not journalists. We are not looking at people who are reporting. We are looking at people who will look deeply into the issues. And so for looking deeply into the issues, we should not give them a rosy picture. I mean, it's a very wonderful thing. There are a lot of wonderful things happening in the India-EU corridor. There are a lot of good things happening. We both a lot to support each other. But we need to see the whole picture. And when we look at that, I'm going to focus more on the soft power issues and not on the hard power issues. But if you look at it, I will take up from where Dr. Mohapatra left off, which is that India technically was the forerunner of what European Union wants to achieve. The EU is a magnificent idea. I mean, it's an idea to bring together disparate states and countries from different social and cultural fabrics into a single political and economic union. I mean, what can be a greater idea than that? But if you look back at Europe, Europe also in the 19th century, the concept of a nation state that the Europe had was of a single nation state based on a single religion, a single language, and a common enemy. That was the 19th century definition of the European state. Now, India proved it wrong. When India became independent, it realized, it showed that a nation state can be multi-religious, multi-ethnic, multicultural. So there is a natural synergy between India and Europe. We both are trying to go to the same objective, both trying to create societies out of disparate entities. The political debate in Europe is usually on how to have a proper mix of nationalist tendencies and European tendencies, which is stronger. You know, Europe every day, if you read the newspapers, there's this debate. Brexit is a classic example of how far the debate has gone. But the fact is, Europe is grappling with the fact of how to put together different states into a single political entity. We have done it in 70 years. We made a lot of mistakes. We both need to learn from each other. We made mistakes, we've had successes. European Union has a lot to teach us, but also has a lot to learn. But yet, this relationship is not what it should be. There are many reasons. I mean, if you look around yourselves today, where India is concerned, many in India, and I'm talking about the strategic community, do not see EU as a strategic actor integral to its interest. And why do they look at that? Because the EU focus not on real politics, on military politics, or on hard power, but focus more on its soft power, on economic issues, on integration issues. So Europe actually never became a major player politically. So India never saw EU as serving its strategic interests. So a lot of the strategic community did not see it. And even the media and think tanks in India, what do they focus when Europe is concerned? They focus on things like financial crisis in Europe. You focus on refugee crisis, problems within countries. They do not see Europe as a place of global clout. And Europe's withdrawal from Asia also ensured that Europe does not play a big role here. So, in a sense, this gap that started between us was this. Prime Minister's 2017 visit to Europe actually set the new trend when we started looking at Europe more closely, and Europe also started looking at us. On the European side also, there is a tendency to look at India as a third world country with emphasis on 2 to 3 issues: poverty issues, human rights issues. The media and civil society in Europe seem to be less aware of the successes of India. Despite the many challenges that we have faced, we've come a long way. But there is still a lot of things that they're looking at. And Indians are quite thin-skinned, to be sure. We don't take criticism very well. I mean, all of us around the table, we know it. And especially when we think it is we think it is hypocritical, because the EU has democracy and human rights at the center of its foreign policy. It is a normative leader in the world. It's actually one of the few places in the world which is a normative leader where democracy and human rights. Yet many Indians find it strange that despite this focus, Europe goes ahead more with non-democratic countries and does more with non-democratic countries than it does with democratic countries. Now, how do you reconcile both of these? How do you look at Europe, which says that I have a problem with a non-democratic country, which on the democratic list comes in the bottom, and yet you have a much closer relationship with them than you have with democratic countries? So these kind of things create a disparate thinking in people's head. And we need to work on it. It's not that now all of us are not clear about. The EU needs to elevate its relations with country with which it shares values. India has always been different. The reason I'm saying why it's been different is if you look at most of the countries which have become big powers today, Japan, China, any other country that you see, they did domestic mobilization based on an anti-Western sentiment. Most countries, Japan, there was one time Japan said, anti-Western is bad. Chinese also did domestic mobilization from India never had an anti-Western sentiment. Despite being a colonized country, even after independence, we never based our domestic things on anti-Western sentiments. In fact, we absorbed most of the Western sentiments. A liberal democratic political order, good governance structure, similar governance structures, market economics, commitment to the rule of law. All these were Western values which we imbibed very strongly. And yet, when it came to relationship, we find that the relationship was not as cozy with us as it was with other countries which did not do the same. So that's just giving you a base, because the young researchers need to know that it's not all hunky-dory. We need to work on it. It's a relationship which has a huge potential. It's a relationship which should work. Even on the multilateral agenda, if you look at the global agenda, India and EU share a lot of close relationships. Our views are the same on climate change, environmental protection, trade and intellectual property. Sometimes our views are not the same, but the EU has to understand that India, as a leader of the developing country, has to speak for a larger developing country constituency who wants equity and fairness in the world. We like the Western ideas, but sometimes we have to tell the Western ideas that there are sometimes equity and fairness needs to be played. So while we share a lot, we also stand up to what we think is correct. And this is important because the EU has to understand that the idea of democracy is to be able to speak up and still be friends. And that's what becomes important. And EU has an institutional normative setting agenda, which is very important because global norms and standards have been set by the EU. In fact, the European Union today is the largest normative standard setting in the world. And there is a threat to these global norms, comes from Asia, but doesn't come from India. What the EU has to understand that India is not a threat to the global standards. In fact, India, as an established working democracy, has an ingrained respect for rules and norms. It is an integral part of the multilateral global order. We obey global norms. We are actually helping in setting global norms. Whereas there are countries which are breaking global norms, but yet the EU has a much closer relationship with them than they have with us. I'm saying this because we need to make this clear, and Ambassador Astuto knows it very well. I mean, that there are, within the EU, we need to work together on these things. There is soon going to be EU summit where Prime Minister is probably going to meet all 27 heads. It's probably the first time we are going to have such a summit, and I'm really looking forward because there is a lot of future we can look at. But what are the things we can work on? I mean, for the young researchers, I would put a whole list of things. Already a lot of things have been told by Ambassador Astuto, by Dr. Mahesh Verma, by Dr. Mohapatra. I mean, things like environment and climate change, digital connectivity. We need to work today to set standards. Tomorrow's cutting edge is artificial intelligence and 5G. And unless we together work to set standards, there'll be somebody else who will set the standards, which is not conducive to what democratic way of setting standards are. Environment and climate change, we are together. Business and technologies, there is a partnership which is working. I mean, there are a whole lot of things, but I will focus on 2 to 3 small things. One is cultural cooperation. I find cultural cooperation between 2 of the most culturally aware and diverse multicultural, multi-ethnic societies is not as much as it should be. We should have greater multicultural cooperation in music, art, craft, theatre, museums, heritage management, TV, radio, films. It's a whole massive agenda that we should. The European Union has understood that the Indo-Pacific is the thing that finally come back into Asia. Maritime security is a concern. Many countries have, but there is no focus on the cultural cooperation that we should be working on. It is happening people to people. It's not that it's not happening. It's happening, but there is no government level cultural cooperation happening in a massive way. Governments have to lead the way. Academic cooperation. Erasmus has done a wonderful job in the EU. But it's not just student exchange, but faculty, university to university, schools, research. There is a lot of things we are doing, the GYAN project, others, but we need to do more. And the national education policy in India today gives us a basis to do all this. So these are the 2 things, and the last one, which I wanted to focus on, is democracy. Why are we not, as 2 of the largest democratic spaces in the world, discussing democracy on a regular basis? We should be working together to bring democracy to the world. There are global challenges to democracy today. Where is the institution where we are sitting together and telling countries which do not have democracy how to work on democracy together? We are actually, in a sense, reaching to each other rather than taking democracy to the world. And that's what we need to do. So young researchers need to look at all these issues, because this is important, that we need to look at all these issues. COVID has given us breathing time to both regions. It has been tremendously bad for many people, but it has also given us time to think, rethink our priorities, rethink our strategies. What do we need to do in the world? It has also helped us assess who our friends are, who shares our values. During COVID, suddenly European Union, many countries in the European Union which went ahead with stronger relations with China are actually re-evaluating the relationship, because suddenly you have realized during COVID that you are establishing relations with a country which does not share your values and which has opaque institutions. So suddenly all of them are re-evaluating. Similarly, we need to re-evaluate where it is. We have lost focus on European Union. The European Union still is our strength. They have similar values to us. We need to focus more on how can we strengthen this. So these are issues which the young researchers need to focus on. I'm hoping that the next 2 days of deliberations will bring out many of these issues in front of you and see what we can do, see the whys of why we haven't gone forward, hows of what we can do better, and what is it that we can plan for the future. With that, I wish all the young researchers at this conference great success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik, for a very innovative idea that you came out in a presentation and identifying some of these areas of which I think young research scholars need to focus on, specifically the cultural sphere, the academic sphere, and very good idea that you floated about democracy. So we need to also organize a workshop on democracy, because of late we found recession of democracy globally from January this year onwards in Americas, ended in Myanmar, for example. So democracy itself is under threat. So we need to, in fact, there is a big possibility of degeneration of democracy into civilian autocracy, what I call a typical, or it's called plutocracy, or it's called now onocracy, neither democratic nor autocracy as such. So that's a very good point, actually, it struck me. We need to actually work together, because all the European member states happen to be democratic polity with a shared interest and ideas about the survival of democracy today. In an era marked by power transition or the typical global power rivalry, we need to really concentrate on it. I think we have to encourage the young research scholars to work together on the certain basic principles of democracy and how to promote them, rather than simply superimposing them. That turned out to be huge, setback. Particularly, that's the master-politic resorted to by America in case of Iraq and other countries. So that's one aspect of it. And secondly, what Mr. Patnaik mentioned about the differences. Well, just we deliberately try to avoid that, sir. We know about the differences. But nevertheless, the bottom line is there's a mutual appreciation from both sides. And the appreciation largely comes from the European Union members. In my personal interaction, what I found out also reading some literature about this multi-part of it, the multicultural, look at this, amazing diversity, but still India remains a stable nation state. Theirs is a multinational, and they call, unfortunately, and by mistake, India is a multinational, because their definition of nation is quite different from our definition of nation. What appears to be plural, but there is a strong idea which connects the so-called apparent plurality in this land of Bharat. That is missing in case of Europe. That is artificially constructed, where it in India is embedded in the land itself. That is the major point of difference. The Europeans will take some time to appreciate the basic points of difference. They appear to be multinational, but their multinational is created, constructed. Ours is natural, and the naturalness and the cultural rootedness of that identity, that is appreciated by the Europeans. Then they realize why only post-colonial Indian state, democracy survived. No other post-colonial state, wherever the experiment was done, never survived. So the reason is one needs to work on the cultural roots, not the socio-economic roots. The famous book of Barrington Moore, Cultural Roots of Democracy. Then you understand the uniqueness, the peculiarity associated with the Indian model. I think the European scholar need to do a lot, rather than simply all the time critiquing about the Indian political system, practices, coalition building, what I call civilian autocracy, access of the state excesses, shrinkage of civil society. These all turn out to be simply partisan slogans, which many times do not have the factual weight or the explanatory weight as such when you try to telling them where the reality is. But to one point, sir, I would like to differ here. The uses of term you said about the criticism. Indians are quite tolerant so far the criticism is concerned. That's part of our culture. But the Indians have problem regarding interference in the domestic affairs. Some of the European Union leaders have that tendency, the proclivity to do it. And that they find it quite easy in a relatively, plural, politically plural, democratic, transparent democratic system like India. They cannot do it in China because China has a firewall. Okay. So that's what I mentioned about the democratic space, how it has been arbitrarily and arbitrarily misused by the party state, particularly in Beijing and some other countries, where we cannot do it in those countries in terms of mobilizing influence the public opinion. So these are some of the point of differences, very rightly, sir, you underlined, will need to be reflected on, need to be studied and further explicated before you come to any kind of conclusion. But because I firmly believe, and many of my distinguished colleagues of the university do believe, that knowledge is a dialectical process. None of us can claim to have the last say. We just know a little bit of the truth, not the absolute truth. So that needs to be unveiled. It takes time, and this is a process. Thank you, Mr. His Excellency Ambassador Patnaik, for your kind words to our organizer and extremely enlightening presentations. And you could take out time from your busy schedule and prepare the lecture, which will be quite interesting to our young research scholars. With this, I now would like to request Dr. Divya Verma to propose vote of thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Mohapatra. Before Divya takes on the stage to deliver a formal vote of thanks, I thought on the part of the organizing committee, I must take 2 minutes to thank everybody on behalf of JNU, Center for European Studies, and IPU. Now, in the last 1.5 hours, we have become so comfortable in the setting that I'm happy and I congratulate every member of the organizing committee to carry out such a wonderful inaugural session. Particularly, the dignitaries present in the inaugural session, Dinesh sir, Verma sir, and His Excellency Astuto sir, because despite their busy schedules, they have been sitting through the proceedings to encourage the young minds. And this is just the beginning. And I hope the next 2 days would generate so much of intense discussion and light among people. And being a sociologist, I personally get, a kick when I hear about the words such as culture society. And thanks to Dinesh sir for bringing that cultural cooperation aspect, in the forefront, because among the big ticket projects, whenever we talk about international relations, the smaller ones which actually matter and touch your nerve or your chord, they sometimes get subsumed. Thank you very much, sir, for bringing that cultural cooperation aspect out, and also about democracy being discussed between the two functional and vibrant democracies. We always compare India and European Union, similar entities with so much of diversity united together. And similarly, this is just the beginning of unity of two educational institutions, IPU and Jawaharlal University. Both are going to collaborate on future projects and keep on guiding the learners of international relations and seekers of education. I personally thank everyone. Any kind of mistake that has been committed, I take it upon myself because of technical glitches and everything. However, fantastic inaugural session, and I thank the organizers once again, and I invite Dr. Divya to deliver a formal vote of thanks. Over to Divya.
Thank you, Sheetal ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks to this August gathering. His Excellency Ugo Astuto, European Union Ambassador to India, Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor GGSIPU University, Shri Dinesh Patnaik, Director General ICCR, Professor Aswini K. Mohapatra, Dean SIS JNU, Shri Ravi Dadich, Registrar GGSIPU, invited guest His Excellency Ashok Sajanhar sir, former Ambassador from India, Ms. Tanya Fredericks, Head of Research and Innovation, European Delegation to India, Professor Vinay Nangya, Professor Kalyani Rangarajan, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Professor Vijita Aggarwal, Director Academic Affairs, Professor A.K. Seni, Dean School of Management Studies, respected deans, directors, professors of the university, faculty colleagues, delegates from European Union, invited speakers of various technical sessions, researchers and faculty from all of India and abroad, students, ladies and gentlemen. The very presence of His Excellency Ugo Estito, European Union Ambassador to India, in today's program, in spite of his extremely busy schedule, is a reflection of the importance that is attached to his commitment to promote excellence, innovation in teaching and research through cross-cultural and multidisciplinary studies and networking with other institutions between India and Europe. We are all inspired by your gracious presence, sir. I, on behalf of GGSIPU family, JNU family, invited guests, and on my own behalf, extend to you, His Excellency Ugo Estito, sir, a very hearty vote of thanks for gracing the occasion and sharing with this august audience your vision of education for India and Europe. I would like to take this opportunity to express our hearty thanks to Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, for unstinted support and guidance he has extended to all of us at GGSIPU. We are extremely thankful to guest of honor Shri Dinesh Patnaik ji, Director General, Indian Council for Cultural Research, for his gracious presence in the program. I also extend my thanks to Professor Jagdish Kumar, Vice Chancellor JNU, and Professor Aswini K. Mohapatra, Dean SIS, JNU, for their enormous support and guidance in the organization of this event. We are thankful to Shri Ravi Dadich, Registrar GGSIPU, for their support and valuable guidance. My heartfelt thanks are due to Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Principal Investigator, Yomani Module, Faculty, Center of European Studies, JNU, for conceptualizing this program, having faith in us, collaborating with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, and providing all financial support under Yomani Module, Erasmus Program, Center of European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I also wish to express my gratitude to Professor Vijita Aggarwal, Director International Affairs, for her minute-to-minute guidance and support and for providing encouragement at every point of time for organization of this great event. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our guest invitees, session chairs in various technical sessions, deans and directors of GGSIPU, professors and senior colleagues of the university, delegates from European Union and faculty colleagues from other universities for joining in today and providing encouragement at all stages of this program. I must put on record my deep sense of appreciation for the officers of GGSIPU, Office of Director International Affairs, PRO GGSIPU for their immense support and making this program a success. My thanks are also due to the Technical Expert Evaluation Committee, including Professor Neena Sinha, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, Professor Kamal D.P. Singh, who have rigorously evaluated papers for selection in this conference. This program would not have been successful without the contribution of researchers across the world who have contributed their papers, which are going to be presented during 2 days of the conference. My heartiest thanks are due to our team of volunteering students who have put in enormous effort and have been working day and night with their sincere effort in making this program a success. I would like to end my thanks note with a thoughtful quote. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Although we have come to an end to the inaugural ceremony, but this is just an unfolding and it sets the stage for the discussion and deliberation happening during the 2 days. We will begin with the technical session 1 at 1 p.m. today, and all the participants can join in with the same link which was provided in the morning. Thank you very much.
Just a second, before we all log out, can I ask the panelists to please let's have a picture along with the CDs.
Vijita ma'am, there's one more thing which I want to show. This is the memento that we have made for the entire event. Although physical gathering would have been a very good platform for all of us to meet, however, we are meeting through webinar sessions, but this would be delivered to all the speakers, panelists, and the researchers. Once we are through with this, it's getting reflected. But this is the memento. Please, in order to commemorate the ceremony and make this as a history, this would be there with all of us very soon after we finish the conference. And the CD, already we have launched the proceedings of the CD, which the ma'am wanted to take a picture along with this. Dinesh sir, I hope this has reached your office.
Not yet, but
सर आपके ऑफिस में होगी, भिजवाई थी बाय हैंड भिजवाई थी.
We make sure that it gets delivered. This is the office of excellency also.
कोई बात नहीं. But thanks very much, Dr. Good session.
Thank you.
And sir, Dinesh sir, I also want to say something. Your quote of Silicon Friends can be friends is wonderful. And possibly we are going to put it on the front cover of our proceedings when we bring it out in the front book. It was really very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Let's have a picture.
Yes.
Thank you, all of you. Such a clip. But this will come to an end to this inaugural session, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
We are taking a group picture. I request the organizing committee to kindly.
Please. Do fast. I want to think.
Thank you so much, sir.
Everyone.
Shall I leave now?
Look at the camera.
Please switch.
Who is the camera? Yeah.
All the panelists can switch on their cameras to.
Thank you very much. And we hereby declare the inaugural session as formally closed, and we meet post lunch for the first technical session. Thank you very much, everyone on the screen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you and bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks once again. Kalyani ma'am, just in case you're there, we would like to thank you too. It's over for a while and I think she's left the meeting now.
So, shall we close the
technical session begins at, for all the participants, that technical session begins at 1 o'clock. And today, after the technical session, we have technical session that start at 3 p.m.
चलो जी, थैंक्स शाम बहुत अच्छा हो गया.
Thank you everyone for joining in for the inaugural session. The next session on the same link will start at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
We are about to start the technical session 1, so I request everyone to please rejoin. Repeat once again, we are about to start technical session 1 for today, so I request everybody to please rejoin.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Deeksha, and I welcome you all from technical team side, from GGSIPU, from JNU's side. Wish you all the luck for, we'll be giving 2 Best Papers Award in this session. Anything else that you would like to add, Sheetal ma'am? Ma'am, you're muted. We can't hear you.
So sorry. Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome all of you back in the first technical session of the conference. And I hope all the paper presenters and the chair of the session are there, already logged in, and we can begin the proceedings because it's already 1 o'clock. Yes, we are on time.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes.
In this world, nothing is certain except deaths and novel inventions. So, good afternoon, everybody. We had a wonderful inaugural session. I, Nishita Narwal, once again welcome you to this virtual Young Researchers International Conference 2021, which is organized by Directorate International Affairs, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, and Jean Monnet Module and Center for European Studies, JNU. My heartfelt thanks to the organizers and each and everyone who's a part of this beautiful noon. I hope all of you had a heavy meal. And this event has brought so many young and energetic researchers and energetic minds on this single platform. It is aimed to promote a sharing of knowledge, scientific research among the young scientists, faculty members, science innovators, and professionals from Europe as well as India. This will give all of us an opportunity to discuss the frontier areas of global dynamics and emerging trends in India and Europe. So to proceed further, the conference will be divided into 2 technical sessions for today with different themes. Each session has 6 paper presentations and 2 out of those will be selected as best papers. This will contain 7 minutes presentation, 5 minutes for presentation, which is followed by a 2 minutes discussion. So the theme for this session is management practices, institutions, and policies. As we all know, these all things are the backbone of a society and they can obviously lead us to the development of India as well as Europe. Now, I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to introduce and invite 2 great personalities that are going to chair this session. Professor Vinay Nagia, Professor Emeritus IIT Roorkee, and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Assistant Professor at Center of European Studies. I welcome you, sir. I welcome you, ma'am. On behalf of all of us, I thank you for providing us your gracious presence and to join us today to enhance our joy and supporting our moral values. So, Professor Vinay Nangia is a distinct man of vision and a fountain head of illuminating ideas. He is inspiration for all of us. He has a multifunctional expertise in banking, finance, general management, education, and institution building. This includes experience of raising and deploying financial resources in India as well as overseas. His experience in education includes active participation in formulation and setting up of MBA and MCA programs at IIT Roorkee and many more, recently BBA and MBA programs at NSUT, Dwarka, New Delhi. He is distinguished alumnus of BHU with more than 46 years of managerial experience, including at senior and top levels in India as well as overseas. He has held positions of Head of Department in IIT Roorkee thrice, Managing Director and CEO of an investment and finance company in Mumbai. Also as Group Director of a large business and industrial house at Lagos, Nigeria, and international banker at Europe. He has been honored with many awards. Few of those are Glory of India Award 2017, Lifetime Achievement Award 2015, Best Citizen Award 2015, Shiksha Ratan Puraskar 2014. He has served IIT Roorkee as a professor from June 1998 to June 2018, including as Emeritus Fellow in Department of Management Studies at IIT Roorkee in last 2 years. He was Emeritus Professor at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Dwarka. Now, Professor Nangia is obviously a leader, mentor, and motivator for all of us because he has a rich experience of industry, education, as well as in the world of startup. So, I request you to please honor us with your time and words of wisdom, sir. May we please have you, Professor Vinay Nangia.
Thank you very much, Nishta, for a very elaborate introduction. And I only wish that people did not have sumptuous lunch as you were saying, otherwise they'll go to sleep. So I only wish that they had a light lunch. All right. Okay. How much time is given to me to speak? Now?
Sir, your words are words of wisdom for us. It's your choice. You can speak for as long as you want.
Professor Sheetal, you can tell me.
You have to chair the session, and Nishita was right. It's floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. We have had a very, very wonderful morning session, inaugural session, where I think all the speakers spoke so very well, and interestingly, it was different from each other. So that was wonderful. So morning session was great. And as far as this session is concerned, the theme given for this session is management practices, institutions, and policy. And obviously, this is within the context of global dynamics and emerging trends, India and Europe. So I think in order to set the stage right, I would start with the terms used here. First of all is policy. What is policy? So even before that, let me congratulate the young researchers for coming on this forum. And more importantly, I think researchers should realize that what they are contributing is addition to the body of knowledge. So the researcher is one who creates knowledge and the others only disseminate. So researchers have a great responsibility and a job because either they are adding to the existing body of knowledge or they are reinterpreting the existing body of knowledge. So they have a huge task on their shoulders, and what I have found missing in research in India in particular is that most of the time the researchers miss the domain knowledge. So they are too much glued on the methodology, which is perfectly fine, but they do miss on the domain knowledge. So I thought let me speak on that. And now coming to the theme of today, management practices, institution and policy. What is a policy? Now this is very interesting. Policy is nothing but a statement of intent. That is the simplest and the most direct and possibly the most appropriate definition of what is a policy. Policy is not law. Policy is not rules and regulations. Policy can be helped in being implemented through rules, regulations, laws, But policy is a very, very broad guideline, in order to achieve intended outcomes. That is what is policy. Let me give an example. Let me take an example of a political party in a democratic setup. So, for example, when political parties go and they ask for the votes, they come out with what is called manifesto. Now, this manifesto is nothing but a bundle of promises being made to the electorate, on the basis of which the electorate votes. Now, whichever party gets the majority votes, majority seats, and invited to form a government, once the political party has formed the government, then comes the stage when they have to deliver on their promises. Now, how do they deliver on their promises? So, for that, they have to make policy. So, that is the time to convert the promises into policy. Now, policy has various stages. The first and the foremost stage is agenda setting or problem identification. And thereafter, the second very important stage is debate, discussion, brainstorming, and inviting participation, discussion. So that's the second stage, when the stakeholders are invited for discussions and the views are sought from various stakeholders before the policy is made. Then comes the third stage, which is actual policy making. And then the fourth stage, which is very important, that is implementation. So in case of government policies, for example, you have education policy, you have defense policy, you have education policy. So bureaucracy becomes the vehicle to deliver the government policies. So bureaucracy is nothing but a vehicle to deliver the government policies. And the government policies are formed or made at the top through this process of 5 steps, which I said. First is identification of the problem, and second is discussion and debate and brainstorming, and third is making of the policy, and fourth is implementation, and the fifth one is evaluation or feedback and getting to know how far the policy is relevant, useful, etc., etc. So these are the 5 steps, but most important part is the implementation. Any policy is as good as it is implemented. So in our context, I have 2 examples right in front of us. One is education policy. So in 2014, BJP promised to come out with a new education policy. In 2015, they appointed a committee under the chairmanship of former Cabinet Secretary Mr. Subramaniam, who submitted the report in 2016. The report was not accepted after discussion and debate. And 2017, they made a new committee under Dr. Kasturi Rangan, and this committee submitted the report in 2019. What is important and unique about this committee was the discussion and debate. So this process continued for 3 long years, discussion and debates. First Subramaniam committee report, and then Kasturi Rangan report, and it has gone down right up to the grassroots level of Gram Panchayats, and not to talk of the highest levels of vice chancellors and chairman of AICT and chairman of UGC, etc. So this discussion and debate led to making of a policy where the report was submitted in 2019 December, and finally the policy is declared in 2020. And you find it's a beautiful policy because it has had the element of discussion, debate, inviting comments from the stakeholder. As against that, if you take the example of the farm loss, where so much of heat is there. Now, the second part was missing, that is discussion and debate, and that is where we are getting into a situation that we are talking about modifications and all kinds of things are happening and all kinds of hangama is there because we missed the second step. So this is only by way of example that I am just comparing these 2 policies. Now, if you take it in the larger context, if you take it in the context of Europe, how EC was formed, European Commission, then how EU was formed, and all those have had elements of policies. We will talk about it maybe a little later as we move further. NATO is another example of policy. If NATO was not there, I think we would have had very different post-World War II scenario in the entire globe. So NATO is another example of a policy. So I'll stop on policy at this point of time. What is a policy? And we come to what is an institution. Now, what is an institution? One of the definitions is any organization which is engaged in education, religion, education, religion, or social aspects is called institution. That's one of the definition. Dictionary.com gives a definition which says an organization, establishment, foundation, society, or the like devoted to the promotion of a practical or particular cause or program, especially one of a public, educational, or charitable character. So, institution is nothing but a mechanism. Institution is a mechanism to deliver the policy. Let me give you an example of India. All well-known big new financial institutions came in India in 1980. Let me give you an example of National Stock Exchange, NABARD, SEBI. All these came in 1980s. And very interestingly, the liberal policy of the country came in 1991. So if you did not have this educational, if you did not have this financial institutional framework of SEBI, NABARD, National Stock Exchange, you would not have been able to deliver on the policy of liberalization. So institution is nothing but a mechanism. It gives a physical presence. It gives a physical presence for delivery of policy. So that was a small comment I wanted to give on what is policy and what is institution. You have had some wonderful examples. Let me tell you, out of 145 central banks in the world, 125 central banks were established. They were established between First World War and Second World War. This is phenomenally interesting story. The central banks of the world, they were established after the First World War and before the Second World War. So that global financial infrastructure of regulation has come about after the First World War, which is very interesting. Likewise, if you see, League of Nations came after First World War, whereas United Nations came after Second World War. Now, we are in a very, very different world today. We may call it that we are moving from, we have already moved from bipolar to unipolar world, and now we are already moving to multipolar world. So, what kind of new institutions will emerge, and what kind of institution may die? Because people have stopped listening to WHO, people have stopped listening to WTO. So what kind of new institutional framework will emerge in the entire world is something going to be seen. Even for EU or EC, or for that matter, European Central Bank. Now what happens after Merkel? Merkel is going to retire in September. So there's a lot of heated discussion and debate what happens to that. So this was one part of what I wanted to talk about. And now coming to global dynamics. Now this is very interesting. What makes global dynamics? So one part of global dynamics is global revolutions. We have had scientific revolution, we have had imperial revolution, we have had industrial revolution, and now we are sitting on the edge of what may be called as data revolution. So this is one dimension where the global dynamics is likely to change. In the morning session, I was expecting, but nobody talked about missing on what was data privacy policy of EU. Now, there's so much of hue and cry in India about WhatsApp declaration, and they missed out on that the policy of data privacy in Europe came almost 2 years back, and we still don't have a policy. So WhatsApp could do with us what it could do, what it could not do with EU. So EU, as I think Ambassador Patnaik said very well, is become the largest normative body for standard setting, which example of data privacy unfortunately did not come in the morning session. So I believe EU may be leading in certain areas in terms of policy making. So the revolution, global revolution is one part of global dynamics. Another part very interesting is people. So it's the merchants, it's the entrepreneurs, it's the managers, it's the laborers, it's the women. So these are the people who define and who play an important part in global dynamics. If you did not have Trump or Putin or Merkel or Jinping at China. I don't know, possibly the word would have been different in last 5 years, or the word could be different in next 5 years. So it's the people. Talking of merchants, if we go back to the history of Silk Road, Silk routes were sea routes also, but Silk roads were something which was developed largely by Genghis Khan. Unfortunately, he is not given that credit. So the Silk roads were highly protected, developed during 12th and 13th century. So merchants were the carriers of culture. Merchants were, Madam Sheetal, you said something beautiful in the morning that was about cultures, that the collaboration of culture between India and Europe. And I think that has been one of the single most important point, which is where the collaboration between between India and Europe could be possible. Professor Patnaik was repeatedly talking about democracy and that EU is not looking at India. What he was referring to was China. Now their interest possibly lies, EU's interest lies with China, particularly Germany's interest is more deeply involved with China on economic front. And India is being overlooked. So this point was raised in the morning. But the cultural issues which can be tied up and the mechanism, you said something different, I would want to add here. The mechanism could be the new education policy. The national education policy we are talking about, 15% of that 65-page document is only on Indian ethos. When we talk about Indian ethos, it is language, it is culture, which is peculiar to India, its traditions. So all those things are occupying almost, 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire policy. Now the policy also says that you can have 100 top universities of the world collaborating, coming to India, and the campuses will be allowed. So that's another beautiful area where collaboration can be created, and the exchange of credits, combined degrees, all this can take help of cultural aspects. Now, when I say that, our traditional classical languages like not only Prakrit and Pali, but Sanskrit for that matter, which is gaining so much of ground in America, particularly that Sanskrit is being taught so much more in today's America. So these kind of things are going to be, could be very comfortably used for exchange of credits. Reverse is also true that, languages like French and German and Italian, etc., can be brought into that. And the enabler is the new education policy. So it is for the universities to wake up to this reality, to pick up the right things from the NEP and move towards its implementation. Global dynamics has another dimension, which is also firms and business practices. So it's not only joint stock firms which came to being formed. I think the first global joint stock corporation was possibly Dutch East India Company. That was formed even before British East India Company. That was before 1600. I think it was 1591 or 1596. And that is how the joint stock company concept came, which became a global concept. So one has to look at that, and moving from that to mass production, to industrial revolution, to marketing changes. For example, when we were students many years back, supply chain management and customer relation management were just taught as two very simple elective optional papers. Today, supply chain management and customer relation management has become at the core of the management practices of any organization. Yet another dimension. In fact, if you look at the changes, the management practices are brought about by two things. One is it is brought about by the global dynamics and emerging trends. And the second is it is also brought about by the business schools. So what kind of theories emerge out of business schools will also set on side what could be management concepts, what could be management practices. And the second thing is new emerging world of innovations. Now, innovations are bringing about entirely new management concepts. I give you a very interesting example. I'm a teacher of finance. And in the world of startup, the terminology used is completely different than what it is used in traditional finance, financial management. For example, term sheet. For example, if I ask a professor of finance, what is the difference between angel funding and seed funding? I'm sure most of the professors can't answer this question. And all youngsters who are in the marketplace, in the innovation ecosystem, they know what is term sheet, what is so this is a new set of management practices which are evolving, and here practice goes to theory instead of theory coming to practice. So this is yet another dimension which is going to come about. And the last one for global dynamics is regions. Now, this is very important and very interesting, and I believe this point was left out in the morning. Now, when you have a country like Russia, Russia is double the size of China and double the size of America. And the population of Russia today is 14.5 crores. And the population of China today is 146 crores, more than 10 times the population of Russia. And the Russia is flanked on the other side by Poland. And the Poland has a population of 3.8 crores. See, Russia is 14.5 million and Poland is 38 million. That's the difference between, that's the difference. Now, Poland has become a member of NATO and Poland has become a member of EU. And Poland is the only place from where a narrow corridor, possibly the Russia gets to come into the Europe. So it is very critical. Now, Russia is a very interesting country where the most of its border touches Mongolia or China. And yet it is of no consequence because border is such that it makes no difference. And 2/3 of Russia being in Asia is of no consequence. The portion which is in Europe is the portion which is populated. So the Russia behaves more like a European country and less like an Asian country. Russia, another interesting thing, despite sitting on huge wealth of minerals, is not having a warm water port. It does not have a warm water port. So on the other side of Russia, it has to depend on Japan for getting out through a sea route. So Russia is in a very, very peculiar position. So after the bipolar world is over, this is very interesting. If you look at Baltic countries, now in Baltic countries, Denmark is part of NATO. And Sweden is not. Sweden has been a neutral country for the last 2 centuries. Now Sweden cannot decide because it cannot afford to go against Russia because all their energy needs of all these countries, including the northern part of Germany, all this is fed by Russia. So there has been a recent shift in last few years where Europe has stopped looking more towards America and it has started looking more towards East. So I think in the morning session, it was more towards China, which was being talked about, and India being an opportunity was being stated. But I do believe that I think Ambassador Patnaik was right that EU does not look at India and India does not look at EU as strategic partners, either in terms of defense or in terms of any other thing, which is true. So that is an opportunity, and that is an opportunity to be capitalized. So region-wise, when we talk about possibly France as the West Europe possibly was the safest country, and it was secure from all sides, and it was in terms of its geography, in terms of its rivers, in terms of its coastline, it had the only one side northeast to protect itself from Germany. So France lost its eminent position in EU because of unification of Germany. So there are internal, issues within EU, and one has to look at that how things are likely to move in that direction. I think I have taken little too much of time. I'll very soon close on that. When we talk about emerging trends, one of the important things is that we have moved from, all of us know, from Stone Age to Iron Age to Bronze Age to Machine Age to Electronic Age to now we are in Data Age. We have moved from electronic era to what could be called as knowledge era. Peter Drucker had said this sometime, I think in 1959, that we'll have knowledge workers. That is coming true. So the factors of production have completely changed, and what has become important is idea, innovation, knowledge. And the way things are likely to change, I'll just make 2-3 observations. People will shift from materialistic and consumeristic tendencies to experiential tendencies, and because of automation through AI and ML and robotics and mechatronics, etc., will have a lot of free time, and that time is going to be used for cultural, sports, performing arts, creative arts. So that is an opportunity to productize lots of products of culture, including songs, including our cultural ethos, including our Lok Eat, Lok Sanskriti, and that's a great opportunity which we can capitalize on. So hopefully the world is going to change very shortly on that, and this recent pandemic has brought about healthcare on the forefront. It has also brought about education on the forefront, and I think yesterday only the Prime Minister made a statement that next to healthcare, education is going to be our top priority. So keeping all these things in mind, I think possibly we can look at, here I want to make a point. Morning Europe was used as a concept. I would like to pick up different countries of Europe, not Europe as a whole, to collaborate with. And the strength of different countries could be picked up, and we could collaborate with different countries on different aspects, looking at their strengths. Like again in morning session, East Europe was completely not talked about. East Europe has its own strength. Likewise, North Europe is very rich and industrialized. South Europe is comparatively poorer. So we have not, we do not have to take Europe as a whole, but we can look at different countries and we can set up different levels of collaboration. So I think I have already taken too much of time. Madam, my apologies for that. I will close at this point of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. This has really sparked our minds to think even more about the things you have discussed. Now, moving on further, now I invite the one who has really helped to make this event a real success, Dr. Sheetal Sharma. She is an assistant professor at Center of European Studies. Her research areas include social and cultural issues in contemporary Europe and India, and then historical roots, multiculturalism, diversity, methodology of social sciences, gender and empowerment of women. Dr. Sharma widely follows methodological and theoretical trends in social sciences and international relations. She has completed video lecture series in sociology for CIET, the NCRT's project NROER, that is National Repository for Educational Resources and Training. And a good news is that these lectures can be accessed from this NREOR website. At Center of European Studies, she offers MPhil and PhD supervision in broad areas of international relations with a focus on sociological understanding of nature, structure, and dynamics of social and cultural institutions in Europe. And she has been awarded with various awards such as JNU Research Excellence Awards. And now I would like to invite ma'am to please honor us. So to kickstart, maybe please hear from you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nishita. Good afternoon, Vanessa. This is my first opportunity to hear you and learn from you so much wisdom that you carry along with your experience. To be very precise, I thank everybody to be who is present here among the list of participants. I can see 92 participants, and we'll begin the session. The small thing that I want to comment here is that we are focusing on management practices, and when I talk about global dynamics and management practices, because I specialize in culture and society of Europe, cultural diversity has become a very interesting area of research because people from diverse backgrounds are in Europe and they are working in various sectors. And how Europe is managing, the cultural diversity, because at the end of it, you go as an economic migrant, but over a period of time, you unfold your cultural baggage. When you open your suitcase, you take out your clothes, but when you spend time there, you are opening your cultural baggage, and then the whole narrative changes that how you're going to relate to the host countries. And in the process, every aspect of life gets influenced. And in that process of changing scenario in the field of employment, work, culture, management, and all, policies and practices are also changing. So, what are those? This is what we are going to focus on in this particular session. May I request Nagya sir to please identify one or two best papers out of the 7 presentations that we are making, and I wish luck to all the presentation makers here in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for freshening our minds with your great thoughts. Now, proceeding further, I would like to inform that attendance will be circulated in the end of every session, and all the registered participants are required to attend both the days for being eligible for getting the certificates. Now, starting with our first presentation, I welcome amidst us Ma'am Chitra Rajora from JNU. She is going to speak on the topic India's Diaspora Policy, a case study of Indians in Central Asia.
Hello. मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Hello.
Presenter, yes, you have 5 minutes to present, and all of you can post your questions in the chat box. Suitable questions will be handled by me, and please now you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Indian diaspora, a case study of Indian in Central Asia. In the modern world, with the development of science and technology, the borders between states are becoming more and more transparent. Distance is no longer an obstacle, and the process of globalization is gaining momentum. The main consequences of globalization are the world division of labor, migration, and concentration of capital, labor, and production of resource, bringing economic, technological process, and legislation to uniform standard, as well as the conversion and integration of culture of different countries. Various diaspora play a huge role in this integration. The very concept of diaspora at the moment does not have a clear definition, and many scholars interpreted it in their own way. The cornerstone of this situation is that many scientific disciplines strive to study a diaspora as a phenomena like history, sociology, economics, culture studies, linguistics, etc. In this regard, we need to define for ourselves what exactly in our work we mean by diaspora. What is diaspora? According to encyclopedia, diaspora is a stable collection of people of same ethnic and national origin living outside their historical homeland and having a social institutes to maintain and develop their community. Diaspora to community of people living away from what they consider to be homeland. Diaspora typology. The rapid growth of immigrants community and their isolation suggested that the diasporization of the world may become one of the possible scenarios for the further development of mankind. Nevertheless, this process is growing and taking a more and more new form, and the role of diaspora and their influence is increasing. R. Cohen offers a typology in which he classified diaspora as victim diaspora, labor and imperial diaspora, trade diaspora, culture diaspora, and globally deprived of territory. Without making significant distinctions between a particular ethnic group and a particular type of diaspora, Cohen identified Jewish, Palestinian, Irish, African, and American diaspora as a victimized diaspora. He presented the British as an imperial diaspora and Hindu as a labor diaspora. The Chinese and the Lebanon are classified as a trade diaspora. The High-Level Committee on Indian Diaspora, chaired by Dr. Anand Singhani, defined diaspora as a community of migrants living or residing permanently in other countries, realizing their origins and identity, and maintain various degree of tie to their homeland. According to this committee, the Indian diaspora is made up of a people who migrate from territory that currently lie within the borders of the Republic of India and also their descendants. The committee estimates the Indian diaspora population at 20 million spread over 110 countries around the world. The diaspora is recently estimated to have over 20 million NRIs and PIOs, people of Indian descent who have acquired citizenship of other country. The diaspora actually cover all part of the world. This is a million from each group in 11 countries. Indian diaspora policy. The Indian diaspora are a crucial component of the soft power exercised by the state. Evaluate the role of Indian diaspora in light of the given settlement. India has a huge arsenal of soft power assets based on its ancient civilization, culture, heritage, including yoga, spirituality, Bollywood, principles of non-violence, traditional medicine, tourism, democracy, education, healthcare, etc. One of its crucial components is Indian diaspora. In fact, Yashwant Sinha termed Indian diaspora as the biggest instrument of our soft power. However, as for the diaspora's role in shaping and furthering Indian foreign policy goal, it is unclear to extent of their engagement. Nevertheless, more people of Indian origin take up large role in politics, business, and entertainment abroad. They will be more likely to not only invest in India but also help further Indians' interest. Perhaps the Congress is drawing a leaf from the Narendra Modi-led government's foreign policy that focuses heavily on the Indian diaspora, viewing that as an agent of change, encouraging them to be a part of Indian growth story. Ram Madhav, the General Secretary of the BJP at the launch of the Indian Diaspora Investment Initiative, made this policy clear when he said they can be Indians' voice even while being loyal citizens in those countries. That is the long-term goal behind the diaspora diplomacy. Other major put in place include institution the Pravasi Bharti Divas, Bharti Pravasi Samman Award, National Pension Scheme for NRIs, Corporate Internship for Diaspora, Youth, Known India and Study Indian Program, Scholarship for Diaspora, Youth, etc. were a recognition of the importance of the contribution of the diaspora to help reconnect the young with India. Silk Road, a history. The movement of people from one area of Asia to another has been a major feature throughout history. Major factor in the migration of people from one area to another have been environmental change, depletion of resource and search for better opportunity and patronage. Religious missionary and trader had their own reason to explore new kinds. Persecution of the religious or ethnic minority was another factor in the migration of community. For instance, Jews freed from Cyrus migration from Persia to India. The historical and cultural contact between India and Central Asia go back to the every dawn of history. Since the early time, there has been constant flow of culture and commerce between the two regions. Waves upon waves of migrant come to India from Central and maybe many of these world scholars, scientists, technicians, and artisans. They contribute to the rich tapestry of Indian life and culture. This was reciprocated by Indian missionary and merchant who transmit our religious art and merchandise to the region. The Silk Road had played the most significant role by connecting India and Central Asia because most of the trade had been carried out through this route. In this regard, Roy and Kumara acknowledged that the route facilitated the trade and culture tie, which had included strong bilateral geo-economic and geocultural relation between India and Central Asia.
You have to wind up, you're already crossed three
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am conclude. Indian in Central Asia. The Indian community in Central Asia consists mainly of student, business, worker, and representative employees of India or foreign company. There are in a respective presence of manager, entrepreneur, and trader. India are a well regarded, having a high per capita income than the national average of the respective country of its habitation. India have adopted themselves to a local condition and has no problem with the local population, the worker, manager, and employed by Ispat International, a Soviet-era steel plant which was taken over by the NRI businessman Shri Alan Mittal. I conclude way forward. The knowledge which Indian diaspora carries with them to the visiting country, especially in case of professional migration or the post-colonial migration in the Western country, the Central Asia and clearly indicate that claim of India become a knowledge superpower very soon in 21st century. India regarded as a knowledge house and its engineer, doctors, scientific and soft power professionals have easy acceptability by the international community. India diaspora remain an under-realized tool of our soft power, and our diaspora both in the development and in the developing world play an equally important role in the cultural diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am Chitra Rajora. It was indeed a great presentation and we wish you good luck. Any questions from the chair or faculty members are highly appreciated.
Before that, Nishita, we proceed further. I would like to, raise few concerns that I've suddenly got. Number one, if you don't switch on your camera, how would we come to know that it is you only who is presenting, the person who has sent us the paper? So to identify you, it is important that you switch on the camera. Otherwise, it will become very difficult for us to evaluate you. Number one. Number two, we had in all our mails rigorously written again and again that we shall stick to the time that has been scheduled over. After your session, there is one more session that is lined up. So, delaying things doesn't look good on our part. So, for the next coming speakers, I would like to request that please stick to 5 minutes and not even 5.5 minutes, because that is how we have packed the whole session. So, a question, since we are already falling short of time, Nishita, probably we can take up the questions that are there in the chat box or collectively at the end of the session. You could invite the next speaker, Nishita. And from now onwards, after your 5 minutes of presentation, Nishita probably or anyone else from the technical committee shall ring a bell. You have to wind up immediately after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diksha ma'am. We'll start this. Next speaker is Dr. Jitendra Lora, Professor GGSIPU. Sir, please switch on your video and please do present.
Respected section chair, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Respected session chair, professors, faculty members, and dear colleagues. Myself, Dr. Jitendra Lora, research scholar, US, LS, and along with my research supervisor, Professor Dr. Kamal DPC, is here to present research article on emerging trends in cybersecurity, case study of European air traffic control, which we normally call Eurocontrol. The contents will be like introduction, followed by international regulatory measures, aviation industry, and cybersecurity, rapid changes in civil aviation, cyber threats, emerging threats in air traffic control, and of course, case study of cybersecurity in Eurocontrol, followed by conclusion. Introduction. Aviation basically consists of 3 pillars. In the earlier days, it was used to be air traffic control, airports, and aerodromes. Aerodromes being the domestic airports without the facility of immigration, health, and customs. Aviation as a whole is a critical infrastructure. Disruption of any of the services, be it airport bus or air traffic management or airline system, it disrupts all the operations. So, airport transport not only covers the airlines, the aircrafts. Now, with the development and innovation, it amounts to air fleet management, AOC networks. We call it Airline Operation Center, APRON. Earlier, there used to be hardly 1 or 2 bays at the airports. Now, it's the gamut of bays and the APRON management, which aircraft will be placed at which bay, like that. So, research and literature review has conclusively said that more and over dependence on the interconnectivity, network connectivity, and data has led to more cyber attacks. Number one. Number two, it is the coping mechanism that is not standardized. So, international regulatory measures, ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, conceived in 1944 after World War II, and finally came into being in 1947. It regulates the international civil aviation policies through annexures, various annexures and docs. These are called SAR, Standards and Recommended Practices. It has 19 annexes, and Annex 7, that is Annexure 7, is related to security. And in that, Chapter 4 and 4.9 is related to cyber security. Then there are mechanisms to check the audit through audit program, Universal Security Audit Program. Then ICAO Assembly resolutions. Then research has there been on ICAO. Abiratne in 2016 has said there is cyberjacking. He coined the term cyberjacking, which means you need not to control an aircraft physically. You can hijack an aircraft in a cyberspace. That is called cyberjacking. You can see these days modern aircrafts with all the gamut of facilities. Wi-Fi, you can have Wi-Fi and tablets at 37,000 feet. So that is the innovation is there, the entertainment is there, but that comes with the side effect of a hacking, the cyber attacks. So this is what I earlier said, 3 basic pillars, but with the innovation, with the technological upgrades, with the more data utilization, the whole aviation industry has become like aircraft fleet management system. Earlier, there used to be 2, 3, 4, 5 aircrafts within an airline. Now, say in India itself, Indigo has over 200 aircrafts. It is managing the aircraft from, say, in the morning, from Delhi to Mumbai. The same aircraft from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, then to Ahmedabad to Bhuj, then to back to Ahmedabad, then to Chennai, and then to, say, its last location where it is a major overhaul and all parking facilities are there, like major centers, Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, and Madras. After that, these innovations have definitely led to the growth, but there is a rise in over dependence on data, and that brings with itself cyber threats in the form of you take the baggage check-in. Earlier there used to be simple baggage check-in procedure. Now RFID baggage tags, conveyor belts, and cup system. So there is a European Union Agency for Network and Information Security, that is ENISA, which has classified like airports into basic airports, agile airports, and smart airports. Smart airports, the moment you enter an airport, you are driven by Wi-Fi right from entering the display of the flight system, flight information system, from check-in counter, self check-in counter, then conveyor belts, automatic conveyor belts, then security check-in, and into the aircraft. It's all, you are dependent on Wi-Fi, you are dependent on data that is liable to be hacked. The cyber threats. The cyber threats in aviation are more or less classified as malicious software, network and communication attacks, social and phishing attacks. Phishing attacks, I will give you a typical example. British Airways airlines were hacked. The data of more than 30 million pets were stolen right from their passport to their travel history and even their credit card details.
Sir, I request you to please wind up.
Ma'am, just the case study of cybersecurity in Eurocontrol. Eurocontrol, that is a consortium of 43 countries, over 16,000 air traffic controllers, and in 65 control centers, ATC control centers. That is acting as a nerve center, a central unit, and it provides all the contingency plans and all. And there is a Center for Cyber Security in Aviation, which is act as a catalyst to achieve core CERT EVU objectives in line with CERT IN. That is situational awareness, readiness and resilience, reactiveness, and cyber promotion. EASA, that is for European Association for Safety of Air Navigation, and CESAR, that is Single European Sky. So to conclude, I would like to say that increasing complexity of the systems, the over dependence of the data, and increase in wireless technology has definitely eased out the life of the passengers, the airliners, the air traffic controllers, but it has brought certain challenges, which varies from nation-sponsored terrorist attacks to individual hackists. Air travel is not a local business, it is a global business where entities from different countries, right from developing nations to developed nations, are there. So they all have to come together to check this menace of cyber attacks. And since in India, the data and the public internet arrived just 2 to 3 days and decades ago. So we are certainly comparatively less susceptible to cyber attacks as on date because there is less reliance as compared to European countries. Global Cyber Security Index 2018 majority of European countries in the first, third, and fifth spot respectively, and India being at the 47th. And to conclude, I could say there is a key similarity also that adherence of policies and suggestions and all the legal documents as enunciated by ICAO is more equal in Europe and India, because the European air traffic system is the Eurocontrol that manages uniform air traffic control in across 43 nations. Thank you, sir. And any questions, sir?
Thank you so much, sir, for such a great presentation. I guess there are no questions, and also we are falling short of time. So I would like to invite our next speaker, Ma'am Kamini Singh from JNU. She is going to talk about European Union India Energy Efficiency Cooperation, the partnership to implement energy conservation building code in India.
Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So the topic of my presentation is EU and EU-India Energy Efficiency Cooperation, the partnership to implement energy conservation building code in India. So the paper discusses the concept and benefits of the energy efficiency, its meaning and scope in EU and India. EU-India partnership in energy efficiency, which is focused on building sector, which is one of the largest energy consumers, challenges and the probable solutions. So the concept of energy efficiency was first given by Lowens in the context of Arab oil crisis in 1973. So this defines energy efficiency as using less energy to produce greater economic output. So energy efficiency is not just about using efficient products. It assumes energy flow as its basis, and it can be achieved across the energy chain, from the energy generation to transmission, distribution, and to the final energy consumption. The International Energy Agency, accruing to the multiple benefits that energy efficiency provides in terms of energy security, environment sustainability, and industrial competitiveness, has changed the status of energy efficiency from a hidden fuel to the first fuel. Even UN calls for doubling the global rate of energy efficiency under the SDG goal 7.3. So when we talk about the meaning and scope of energy efficiency for EU and India, though both the actors have a different geographies and or on the different level of economic development, as there are many mature economies in Europe, and India is one of the fastest emerging economy. We find several similarities in terms of their energy profiles, as both are major energy consumers and among the largest greenhouse gas emitters. They both have the low presence of conventional fossil fuels and and have a huge dependency, import dependency, and spend a large sum of their public budgets on energy imports. Both are ardently committed to the Paris Climate Agreement, so it is imperative for both of them to move towards energy efficiency. So when we focus on the building sector, in EU, buildings are the single largest energy consumers and they emit almost 36% of the CO2 emissions. For India, buildings are the second largest final energy consumers, and the cooling energy demand is going to rise in India. It's projected to double by 2027. When when we talk about the EU's experience in energy efficiency while implementing its energy performance building directive, it provides a broad framework to its member states within which the member states are free to devise their own laws, but they have to follow certain key requirements like the energy performance calculation methodology, which is under the EU guidelines, and they have to set minimum energy performance standards for new buildings and major renovation strategies for the existing ones. Plus, they have to devise energy performance certifications. An interesting thing is that in the EU, the any new building that is put up for rent or sale has to provide the energy performance certificates in its advertisements. And EU has mandated its public sector in the member states to lead by example in the energy efficiency drive. When we come for India, India has launched the Energy Conservation Building Code. It was launched in 2007 and developed by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which was guided by the US Agency for International Development. It is basically a voluntary code and is only applied for the commercial buildings. As we analyze, the power distribution and the urban development is under the concurrent list. So, central government is empowered to develop and update the code, but the state governments are to implement the code. So, when it comes to so ECBC provides the basic standards for building envelope, the lighting provisions like shading or daylighting, and the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning provisions. When we talk about the EU-India Energy Efficiency Partnership, there is a project that is Adoption Compliance Enforcement for Energy Efficiency. It's the EU's project which focuses on implementing the code in building sector in India. So this project is at present basically working with 4 states that are Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and Bihar, and they follow the 4 steps as the sir already pointed out in in the policy. So it supports these states in the adoption. That is like that is mostly basically integrating the bylaws of these states and like preparing action plans with the particular states. Then they follow compliance. In this, they mainly support the states in developing their certification mechanism, providing various trainings and awareness programs. For enforcement, also they try to integrate the ECBC in the on the very local level, like in approval process by the PWD or the Urban Development Authority, and they also provide support in collection of energy performance data for a better monitoring of the efficiency measures. At last, they also support in the tools like helping in developing various tools like user guide and in the establishing the demonstration projects. As we can see the one in this picture, this is the model for the MEDA. This energy development building that is aimed to be built in Maharashtra. It is aimed to achieve a 26% nominal temperature throughout the year, plus 75% of the energy savings. So in EU also organize regional and national workshops and publish various reports to help other states in the enforcement. Also, the next is the during our research, we found several challenges that the partnership of India and EU is facing during the implementation of the code. That is like lack of effective implementation of the energy conservation code in the states because of its voluntary nature, plus its limitation only to the commercial buildings. So we suggest that it should be made mandatory for these states. Second is that the energy efficient technologies and products are expensive. So we suggest that there should be an effective technology transfer as well as research and development collaboration within EU and India, as happens in the ITER, that is International Thermonuclear Energy Research Program. And there is also lack of awareness among the builders as well as consumers about the energy efficiency and the multiple benefits that it provides. So we suggest that there should be a comprehensive cost and benefit analysis, as that already happens in EU, that is conducted by European Commission. So such kind of research should be collaboration should happen. And at last, I would say the project, the ACE2, is at the nascent stage and need to involve other active actors in the field, like Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy, that is a non-profit business group and aims for achieving an energy efficient economy, and others like Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation and UNDP, etc. At last, I would say on the part of the exponential growth that we are seeing in India and the rise of energy consumption that is projected to increase by that is projected to account for almost 25% of the world global energy demand. So EU India should cooperate for programs like Skill India to train the masons and civil engineers and architects to build sustainable buildings.
You've fallen. Please, you're running. You've taken too much of time.
Yes, ma'am. So I want to end the presentation with a note that with the increasing extreme climate events, like as happened in Texas, I want to emphasize on the importance of energy efficiency in order to manage the peak demand by the saying that energy saved is energy supplied. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this informative presentation. Now it's the time to cheer our next presenter, that is Manoj Aggarwal. Sir, may we please have you? His topic is Social Impact Bonds and Introductory Survey. Questions can be put up in the chat box. We'll have the discussion at the end of this session.
Good afternoon, Professor Nangia sir, Sheetal ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And audible both.
All right, so you can see the, I hope everybody can see the screen. Briefly, I feel a bit of an oddity here. Can't see your let me see whether I can start sharing. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Wait a moment, some glitch.
We can add.
Hello. Anyway, I think I'll proceed without the screen if there is a glitch there.
I think we can take another participants first.
Sure.
Sir, would you like to
no, fine. I think I'll just sort it out in case maybe another participants come over, and if the time is available, and then I can come back in.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So next we have Chancellor, GGSIPU. She is going to speak about the topic evolution of administrative codes in France and India. That is a comparative analysis.
Good afternoon to all the present here. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Manoj, could we request you to mute yourself? Just a second. Just a second, Tanya.
May I? Okay. Firstly, I would like to express my extreme gratitude to all the panelists for giving me this profound opportunity to be present here. My topic for presentation is of administrative codes in France and India. It's a comparative analysis. I guess the screen has hanged. I would like to continue with my presentation. Yes, now it's working. The concept of administrative codes in France as well as in India, they're completely different. It is largely maybe due to because the France, it's a civil law country which believes more on the codification, and India, which is on the other hand a common law country. But the main distinction which we can find is that France, where it has the administrative law of an ancient origin. So it has laid its expertise hands. And this is my main reason whereby I have chosen France as a country to compare it with the India. If we begin with the objectives of my research paper are first, in order to study the evolution of administrative codes in France and India. I want to study the evolution largely due to because it would shed more light as to what has made these two codes distinct and what has actually given France its upper hand over the administrative area. The way it has been dealing with its cases is immense, and it is sort of what we say that it is acting as a normative actor for us. Secondly, to examine the structure of these administrative codes. And thirdly, to examine the similarities and the differences between the structure of these codes. The contribution which it will make to the literature, as we know that in India, the administrative law is growing. So what we need is that it should be polished a little bit more so that the reason for which the administrative law was enacted, the reason for which tribunals were established, they can be realized in a proper form. And what we see is that French model has been taken here because the administrative codes, the French administrative codes, they have carved a niche for themselves. A study into its evolution would definitely shed a light on the reason of its effective working. And thereby, India can take an inspiration from it. Quickly, I will move to the brief overview. Firstly, the French administrative law, it is grounded on the notion that judging the acts of the administration tantamounts to administration. And thereby, the administrative cases here are being dealt by the administration only. Now, it has been again and again said that it may invite some nepotism, but the French claim that this system is rather more fair as the personnel who has been sitting as a judge in the administrative tribunal is more aware of what they are adjudicating upon, being a civil servant himself. Now, this legal arrangement in the France can be designated as regime administrative, which has two components. Firstly, that the administrative actions, they are not amenable to the ordinary court jurisdiction. And secondly, that there are separate administrative courts to deal with these matters. Quickly moving to the hierarchy of the French administrative courts. At the apex level, we have Conseil d'État. Now, Conseil d'État, it is the Supreme Court in the field of administrative law. It exercises three forms of jurisdiction. The first jurisdiction is court of first and last instance. The second jurisdiction is being a court of appeal, and it gets its decisions from tribunal administrative, for which no appeal lies to the cour administrative, the appel. And the third, it serves as the final court of appeal. At the intermediate level, we have cour administrative, the appel. It is the court which gets its appeals from tribunal administrative on the matters called le plain contentieux. These are the plain matters or having the full litigation. Examples may be disputes on tax, administrative contracts, public liability, etc. And at the last or the lower level, we have the tribunal administrative. This is the code of the first instance, we can say, and it deals with the common law matters. And it mostly in some cases, it serve as a code of appeal also. Then I will like to give a brief overview of the Indian administrative tribunals. Now, what we can see that as distinct from the France, where administrative courts developed owing to the power tussle between the administration and the judiciary, the administrative courts in India were developed to reduce the burden of the Supreme Courts. Now, these courts, they were established as an effective substitute for the High Court in regard to the service matters. And the decision of these tribunals, however, is amenable to the judicial review by both the High Courts as well as the Supreme Courts. Thus, what we can find here that there is an intricate relationship between the judicial courts as well as the administration, which we will not find in the case of French administrative law. Again, we will move to the hierarchy now here of the Indian administrative courts. At the apex level, we have the Supreme Court, where all the decisions will go. At the intermediate level, we have the High Court, which is so there are certain matters which go to the High Court. There are repeated concerns that should not be so much involved into all these matters. And at the last level, we have administrative tribunals. Now, it is a specialized organization which again deals with the service matter. That's an example of the central government employees. So we have a lot of administrative tribunals today. A comparative analysis, what I derived. Firstly, what we can see again, to reiterate that there is a complete wall of separation between the French administrative courts and the judicial courts, which we do not find in the case of Indian administrative courts, because we have Supreme Court as the apex body rather than the Conseil d'État, which is in the case of France. Secondly, French administrative tribunals, they deal mainly with the disputes between state and individuals, while in the case of India, we also take disputes between the two private parties. First involves the advisory and the other is the judicial. However, we do not find such sort of relation in the Indian administrative courts, and the stature and the eminence which have been associated with this Conseil d'État is of immense importance. But in case of India, this stature, this eminence is associated with the Supreme Court, again a judicial wing. Now, while these French tribunals, they recruit members directly from the National School of Administration, who are civil servants themselves. In India, what we have as the judicial as well as non-judicial members. Now, there has, according to the October 2017 report, the Law Commission report, it has also suggested that where we do not require the technical members, then the panel or the judges should only the judges of the administrative tribunal should only be the judicial members. However, what I found as one of the striking similarity between the two systems is the dynamic nature of the administrative law. Now, despite of being a civil law country, France, it has not laid much emphasis over the codification. Rather, and similar is the case with India, the administrative law is growing domain here. And what I conclude from this is that the French model has illustrated that it is not necessary that the establishment of administrative courts as distinct from judicial court would always invite nepotism and discrimination. And we can see that Indian administrative courts is also working on these lines, because repeatedly it has been said that the High Court, the appeal should not go to High Court, rather directly to the Supreme Court. And in order to invite more confidence, what is required that the tribunal members should be equivalent to the qualification of a Supreme Court or a High Court judge. And in the case of R. Mohajan versus Shefali Gupta also, the court has observed that administrative tribunals, the appeals from administrative tribunals should not go to High Courts, and they should not rather interfere, because the main purpose is to reduce the burden. So if the appeals will continue to go to the High Court, then the very objective for which they have been established would actually vanish. So more independence to these courts should be given, and we can see that the French model is sort of an inspiration for the Indian administrative court. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to invite our next researcher, Sir Piyush Manu, who is going to speak about learning from gender diversity in boardroom.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
All right, thank you. Just let me know once you can see my screen.
Yes, sir, we can see your screen now.
All right, thank you. First of all, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for providing us this opportunity to present to such an esteemed and learned panel. And also, big thanks to my guide for her support and guidance all throughout. Uh, I, since it's the first time I've started on this learning journey, I, have done a critical analysis of all the literature, a lot of the literature on gender diversity, and I will take everyone through the presentation as well. Quickly on the presentation, I will touch upon the concepts of gender equality and gender diversity, touch about the objectives of the paper, the scope, and then see the impact gender diversity has, globally, also specific to India, and if any implications we can derive for organizations in India on gender quotas and also on the competency of directors. Quickly coming about gender equality. Gender equality is, an integral function, fundamental human right all across the globe today. It is about ensuring that people from all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. In simple terms, right. A right could be about right to inherit ancestral property. Responsibility could be about responsibility towards upbringing the children or managing the household expenses, and opportunities talk about opportunities to learn and grow. Several scholars have created multiple metrics to measure gender equality, and with fair bit of confidence I can say that most of them indicate towards an inequality to against women. And one such metric is the participation or the presence of women in boardrooms of firms across the globe, or the lack of participation, as we might call it. A quick fact check just says that around 19% of both seats are occupied by women in the Standard and Poor 500 index of the USA. These percentages come down to single digits as we transition to Latin America, Asia, and Africa. And of course, Europe has been the trendsetters by ensuring aggressive quotas for having women representation in the boardroom. But even a developed country like USA just has 37 out of 500 of their CEOs in the Fortune 500 who are women, and it's a remarkable jump from just a couple of them back in 2000. From this inequality of gender equality, we've come out with the term of gender diversity, which in its simplest form refers to an equitable representation of men and women. And from a mere statistic or representation of women, it's become a trendsetter, which is directing organizations and countries to create policies which are more, which make the work environment more diverse and inclusive. With that, from a research objective standpoint, the first objective is to critically analyze the existing literature on gender diversity. The second is to analyze the impact gender diversity in the boardroom has on firms' performance. I would like to clarify that the word boardroom has not been used in the strict representation. I've been liberal and extended it to CEOs and other leadership positions as well during the research. The third is to extract the learnings and assess the implications for organizations in India. And finally is, for young scholars like me to give directions on future course of study in case we want to extend and build on this reservoir of knowledge. Now, the first thing I'd want to share is that, when it came to the spread of research papers that I wanted to pick up, it was very skewed towards developed countries, and doing a research on diversity with just one or two countries becomes a bit too ironic. So it was a conscious decision that I only ensured that 20% papers came from USA, 15% from Europe. There were a few papers that covered all countries. There were a few few papers, as Dr. Nagia mentioned, which consisted of only one or two specific countries like Spain, Netherlands, etc. And majority of the papers I picked up from Asia and Asia Pacific have specifically called out Asia mainland separately and Asia Pacific, as a lot of these countries have a cultural ecosystem which is very similar to that of India, and also included some developing nations from South America, Africa, as well as Australia. All right, I will skip this page since I've already talked about why these countries, in terms of the research papers, have been picked up. Now, quickly coming to the impact standpoint, one of the major global studies done by McKinsey, spanning across 91 countries, clearly calls out that, organizations benefit from policies which promote diversity, and subsequently then it improves their financial performance. A similar study done, standalone study done, by IMF across 34 European nations also says that there's a positive relation between return on assets and the percentage of women in leadership positions. This study is significant, as it takes into account 2 million companies and extends itself not just to public listed but also private listed companies as well. Similarly, one is of course to look at financial performance at a larger level. Studies have been done at sub business unit levels as well, and gender diversity has been given equal importance as employee engagement in certain studies, and the link to financial performance has been shown. So it is not just important to have the call out is not just important to have gender diversity, of course, at the top level, but ensure that there is one at a business unit level as well. Similar studies across Asia Pacific have shown positive effect on firm performance as measured by a return of equity. Then of course there are certain studies which may not establish that link. There are studies across Australia where there is the link is not established. Deep diving upon some of these studies, I studied them against how Australia performed, and almost all countries did not perform in Australia. So maybe the relevance of that study may not be there, but at the same time, no study has called out a negative correlation. Of course, gender equality is something that we need to strive of. There have been certain call outs which have been called out as a scholar. One is that existing women directors, may feel negative towards gender specific quotas that have been the norm in Europe, as they feel, it dilutes their authority and hard-earned respect. It has certain implications in India, which I'll talk about in the next slide. And purely from an India standpoint, of course, there was a 2013 act that mandated one woman director in the board, but studies in India have shown that even before this mandate came in, companies without any woman representation in the board had significantly started to reduce, and follow-up studies have shown a positive association between proportion of independent female directors and the firm's performance. And that the firm's performance, even comparative studies across India and Singapore have shown that there lies a clear correlation between the same. Even in studies within the India context where established relationship has not been there, researchers and scholars have encouraged that that this model of corporate governance requires further investigation over longer duration, as we are maybe 10 or 15 years behind our European and US counterparts, and as such we will need to continue to find more effective ways to ensure that we continue on this studying journey. There was also one call out very important, is that there are a lot of family driven independent women directors being appointed. So there is a need to have more competent women on board, so that the true impact of gender diversity can be measured, and rather than just having pseudo women directors on the board, specifically to India. Coming quickly to the conclusion in the interest of time, majority of the papers clearly establish a positive link between boardroom gender diversity and their performance, and there's a clear transition that we see in terms of the statistics for women in leadership positions, and there is a need to study this relationship over an extended period of time. All right. Thank you. I'll just end this with this slide for the last 10 seconds. As a scholar, I think it's completely important that we continue to focus on developing countries, because that will give us more impetus towards policy making, especially for a country like India, and also to expand this research to qualitative research, because that is very limited and doesn't account for much of the existing knowledge over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush sir, for this informative presentation. Now I would like to invite Sir Manoj.
Nishita, please, I requested you earlier also, Nishita, please make a note of the time. You could ring a bell once 5 minutes are done. You might not speak yourselves, but probably you could ring a bell or you could come up with one line. No? Let Manoj sir finish from next speaker onwards. We would ensure that, we time it for 5 minutes. Let Manoj sir finish after that.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor Nangia sir, Sheetal ma'am sir. I hope you can hear me and see the screen now. Is that correct?
Sir, now the presentation is visible. Yes, sir, and you are audible.
Great. So, well, I feel a bit of an oddity here because, after all, it is a young researchers conference, and I'm really no longer young in a traditional chronological sense. But since I am engaged in doing my PhD, I count myself as young. Today, I intend to talk about social impact bonds, and why it is contextual in the context of global dynamics is really because in the context of sustainable development goals, a lot of focus has really come on to the efficiency of development expenditure and mobilizing additional development expenditure and a specific focus on outcomes of developmental effort of countries. And why in the context of India and Europe is because Europe has really been a trendsetter in this direction from the earliest experiments in which they did with reference to Peterborough prison and then later on with the setting up of social finance. So briefly on the background, what is a social impact bond? While there are many definitions, to choose really one which appears representative is that it is an innovative financing mechanism in which governments or commissioners, which could really be outcome buyers on the development effort, enter into agreements with social service providers, which could be NGOs, social enterprises, non-profit organizations, and the like, and investors really who could pay for this delivery of predefined social outcomes. Now, the investors could be governments, it could be philanthropic foundations, it could be multilateral organizations and the like. What are the four key differences really now in this kind of a mechanism to really conceptualize, mobilize investments into development and the traditional approaches? One, that the stakeholder platform becomes much larger. There are private sector investors, there are multilateral foundations, there are philanthropic foundations, and really because the development expenditure mobilized by the governments and the philanthropic foundations traditionally is far shorter than the requirements to achieve sustainable development goals, and hence there is a very key need to involve more and more players into the picture. Second, there is focus on outcomes rather than outputs. Briefly on the outcomes and the outputs. Outputs is what a development effort does. So many schools put in place, so many children put through the classes. And outcomes are really how the world changes, if at all, because of all these efforts. So measurement really becomes the key. What are the measurement matrices becomes the key. And mechanisms like social impact bonds or development impact bonds contribute in a significant way to that effort, as I will just come to in the next slide. Third is that the upfront funding for social investment becomes possible. So an NGO or any organizations involved in development does not spend as much time scouring for investment because the investment into the effort becomes upfront. So their focus can really be on the thing that they know how to do rather than just chasing investment. And fourthly, the implementation risk is transferred from the outcome payer, public sector in most cases, because public sector has been the key funder of the development expenditure largely, or service provider, which has been like a philanthropic NGO, which is trying to do some good, but to more organized players, which could be private sector equity investor or even quasi-equity through some kind of debt structuring. Now, this is what a typical SIB mechanism looks like. There are now investors who could be willing to fund a developmental effort. Then, and there are social service providers, which you could see on the box on the right, which could be typical NGOs. A mechanism is structured where through an intermediary, which could be specific mechanisms like social finance, a whole range of stakeholders are brought into the picture. So investor funds the intervention through the intermediary. Investment becomes available to social service providers who serve the population in need. The outcomes are measured by independent validators, and then outcome payers who are really buying these outcomes, they pay to the intermediaries for the outcomes achieved, and investors, if the outcomes are achieved, can get their investment back plus a return on investment, which could be pre-negotiated. So effectively, it becomes like a bond with a fixed coupon rate, and the success of the bond or the investment, whether it will come back, is dependent on the success of this effort. So in course to come, it could even become an instrument, like a financial instrument, which could even be traded on an exchange, and we are already talking about social exchanges. Some examples from the Indian context. India has been an early player to take on, make efforts in this context. So there are projects, while there are many, two which are most visible in terms of public domain. One is Educate Girls, which has been implemented in some districts of Rajasthan, and the focus was on preventing dropout rate, enhancing enrollment rate. It was a 3-year project, just concluded, fantastic outcomes. Another is a development impact bond. Development impact bonds differ from social impact bonds because government is paying for the outcomes, whereas in Educate Girls, it was a private foundation. This is still in the making. Key players in India in this domain have been Social Finance UK, which is a body set up by UK government to actually stimulate this area, British Asian Trust, Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, and many SIBs now are in the process of getting discussed and structured. And infrastructure in this regard, in terms of policy and regulation, is coming up. Already there were priority sector lending guidelines, which could be tied up with this kind of interventions. Countries already talking up setting up social exchange. Social venture funds have now been, as a special category investment fund, has been enabled by SEBI. So that allows pooling of investments and diverting the debt investments into social ventures with the demonstrable outcomes. Education Outcomes Fund is being spearheaded by Social Finance UK, which is a $1 billion fund channelizing specific investments into education through processes like social impact bonds, and similar funds towards other domains is an India Aspiration Fund, which is another $1 billion fund being spearheaded by SIDBI. Concern areas is that since it is early days, so there are high structuring costs in time and money. The attribution concerns as to whether the change is with reference to this initiative or change could have been realized even otherwise. Cherry picking in terms of whether the reporting is only being done with reference to the people who have achieved the outcome. Investment loss can be there if it is unsuccessful, and if it is unsuccessful, withdrawal of service could cause certain amount of reputation risk. Research agenda, obviously, evaluation of current India-specific bonds which have come up in this area. What could be specific options in structuring of these bonds in our country? Intervention areas, market size, estimation of fund flow, and the like. The really whole wide sky is actually open in this domain. And really, it will be nice if some of us are inspired to work in this domain. With that, I conclude my piece. Thank you, and I really will be happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an amazing presentation. And as you said, we are always young as long as we continue studying. And if there are any questions, we'll deal with all the questions now. But I would like to tell the chairs for now that 2 best papers will be selected out of these. And so coming to an end, I would like to thank Professor Vinay Nangya and Dr. Sheetal Sharma for cheering our young researchers. Thank you so much. And yes, last but not the least, I would like to thank all the attendees as well. Don't worry about the certificate. You'll certainly get the certificates if you were present here. Now we can have a tea break till 3. The next session will begin at 3. So thank you everybody for your presence. If like there were questions, so we'll deal with the questions now.
There was one question asked earlier from one of the participants from Afghanistan. He poses this question to you, Nangir sir. He says, how does India make a balanced power with China regarding multilateralism policies in Central Asia and EU? Since both China and India are arch rivals, China wants to link 70 countries through BRI projects. So how is it that we are trying to make a balance with China?
Well, that's a very interesting and very difficult question both. The reason is many folds. One is that China has expanded so much across the world that it is not in the interest of China to be having wars. There's one part. Second part is its presence in the sea is troubling many of the Southeast Asian countries. So it is having that area of concern. So these are gestures, and these are gestures where trouble is being seen. But many of the people, including many of the countries, including India, do not foresee any full-scale war because war is not something which is in the interest of China to be first, and obviously it is not in the interest of others. Now the question was, how does India balance the interest of China expanding in Central Asian countries? That's a very interesting and difficult question, and I do not think I have the political vision or understanding to be able to answer this question because there are certain countries which are geopolitically placed in such a manner that the neutrality of those countries is very important. Sweden is one example in Europe for that matter, and Afghanistan and Syria are two examples in case of Asia. Afghanistan in the I won't call it Far East, but on the right side of the Middle East. Kashmir is yet another area. So these areas are geopolitically very sensitive. And the route, the road and the route and the port which China is going to get into is going through these areas. So this is a very, very sensitive issue. I don't think it can be handled only by India alone. It requires multi-level diplomatic initiatives, which is something which possibly country at a national level policy can only decide. I do not think I am competent to comment on this subject. Thank you.
So this question was asked from the gentleman's name is Mohammed Shafiq Sultan. He's from Afghanistan, and I think he's currently a student of MA, School of International Studies, JNU. So, Mohammed, your question indeed was really very interesting, and as sir said, I think you must have got an apt response because currently in this particular situation, as sir rightly mentioned, nobody can give answers in white and black regarding the policies specifically. So Nishita, we could continue. What?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Hope he's satisfied with your answer. And yes, we really look forward to have such conferences in your presence. Please keep cherishing us and blessing us. And now, everybody is requested to rejoin at 3. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to the...
Nishita, before we disperse, again, we are announcing that each session shall carry 2 best papers, which probably shall be announced tomorrow in the valedictory. Out of these 8 papers from each best session, 3 papers will be selected for best papers in terms of prize money. So we have kept 3 prizes, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 individually for all the 3 prize winners. So 2 best papers in each session. That would make it 8 best papers out of the 4 sessions that we have, and 3 papers which will win the best prize, first, second, third prize. So details of these will be provided to you tomorrow, and I would request all of you to join us again in valedictory, because that is where we are going to make that announcement.
Thank you so much, Diksha ma'am. All the very best to all the presenters. Now you can leave for the tea break and rejoin at 3 for the next technical session. Thank you so much, everybody.
Can I somehow change my name?
Yes, ma'am. Anand sir will guide you.
Yes, ma'am, you can change your name, but not here.
Lovely university. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we having anybody here? We have a session at 3.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Who is this?
Ma'am,
Who is this? हाँ जी जितेंद्र जी हाँ जितेंद्र जी अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी आपने
I don't know, ma'am, but I think time was a bit less, ma'am.
हाँ टाइम थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होना चाहिए पर चलिए कोई बात नहीं कहाँ गए
Ma'am, we will start sharp at 3 because we haven't had lunch and all. Now we'll just take 2 minutes.
हाँ 3 है ठीक है थैंक यू लेकिन आ जाइएगा 3 पे हु इज द गर्ल विद हु इज द कौन है
मैम आरुषि
निशिता या आरुषि आरुषि
यस मैम
ओके 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 अच्छा बोला अच्छा आप बोलेंगे निशिता ने अच्छा बोला था चलिए ठीक है फटाफट फटाफट करिए एंड देन वी शुड स्टार्ट आरुषि अब आप लंच वंच बाद में खा लीजिएगा
मैम लंच कर लिया
कल्याणी मैम आ गए कल्याणी मैम अभी नहीं आए हैं तो 2 मिनट रुकते हैं उनके लिए और फिर क्या कहते हैं अगर नहीं आती है तो मैं उनको फिर कॉल करती हूँ मनोज
हेलो हेलो
Monal, are you there? Have you joined?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Vijita ma'am, Kalyani ma'am has also joined and Sheetal ma'am is also there with us. So with the permission of the chair of all the three panelists, could I start the program?
Yes, yes.
Monal, kindly start.
All right, thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone present. I welcome you all to the second technical session of the conference on global dynamics and emerging trends between India and Europe, which has been organized by the Directorate of International Affairs, GGSIPU University, and your Monnet Module and Center for European Studies, GNU Delhi.
I am on. Thanks.
Yes. So the theme for this session is society, politics, and culture in contemporary Europe. A great many perspectives take on the subject of European culture, which is why it's almost impossible to form a single all-embracing conception of it. Nevertheless, its spiritual heritage is often said to have been derived from Greco-Roman antiquity, Christianity, Renaissance humanism, political thought of Enlightenment, French Revolution, and development of socialism and concepts of modernity. European culture, as remarked by Siedemann in 2001, calls it an essentially contested concept, plethora of competing identities lacking any explicit legal definition. Looking at the themes in contemporary European culture and society, one cannot go without the mention of the post-war population boom, the youth revolt starting in France, prominent feminist movements and rising debates on environment about the clean air after the Clean Air Act, and the intellectual and cultural trends that have been following the logical threads of globalization, existentialism of nature, and modernism and postmodernism debate. Without much further ado, I'll now introduce to everyone and the presenters the session chairs, Professor Kalyani Rangarajan, Dean IMS, and Professor Vijita Aggarwal for the session. Madam Rangarajan, Madam Rangarajan is a professor and dean at the IMS Unison University, Dehradun School of Management. She has a rich and varied experience of more than 35 years spanning from banking, consulting, and management education. Her expertise is in branding and positioning business schools in the highly competitive scenario of management education in India. Prior to joining IMS Unison, she has been the director of the MBA program at the PES Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and dean and director of VIT Business Schools at Chennai and Vellore. Dr. Kalyani Rangarajan is a postgraduate in mathematics and management from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. She holds a PhD in health economics from Bangalore University. Her areas of expertise are consumer behavior, digital marketing, brand management, brand strategy, and application of quantitative techniques. Dr. Kalyani has several publications on her credit in prestigious international conferences and refereed journals. Her team won the second prize in the International Case Study Competition 2009, held by the Gender Resource Center IIM Ahmedabad, and in the entrepreneurship category in the ISB Ivy Global Case Competition 2017. 3 scholars have completed their PhD under her guidance. We welcome you on board, ma'am. Ma'am, you have the floor. It'll be great if you could say a few lines. Kalyani, ma'am.
कल्याणी मैम आपको अनम्यूट करना होगा.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes ma'am, now we can hear you.
Okay. Professor Vijita Aggarwal, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to head this session. And I think Divya is not here. Monal, thanks for that introduction. Without much ado, this topic, society, politics, and culture in contemporary Europe. It's a vast topic. To do full justice in a brief intro session by me is very difficult. I will look at three major issues which I could chance upon by looking at literature. Shift in employment patterns, major political forces, issue of cultural diversity. I'll briefly touch upon these issues. Societies of this economic organization is changing in European nations. In the Western European nations, Keynesian demand management still prevails in the East centrally planned economy. These were existing all these days, but both are facing turbulent global market economy now. And employment-wise, from manufacturing, workforce is shifting to services. And then issues of globalization and transition of employment, these have taken foremost importance. So the new issues are transition to service economy, new social groups and groups are forged on account of this. In the West, there is growing apathy towards politics and growing gulf between political class and masses of the population. In the Central and Eastern Europe, there is difficulty in establishing stable party structures. And a rapidly changing service of personal cliques formed around individual political leaders. So this is the condition. I had some thing on Europe's culinary diversity. I think I speak with. And then there is this complex issue of nationhood in Europe. And there are two conflicting models which are prevailing, inclusive citizenship and exclusive ethnicity. These two issues are at loggerheads with each other, and there is a process of social negotiation which is going on. Each nation is responding to it in a different way. In France, there is postmodern France, fragmentation of social life, and individuals are without any communal identity. And there is in Europe, there is due to disintegration of Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, there is opportunity for nationalism of an exclusive kind. Spain and Portugal, they have a weak sense of national identity, so it's difficult for them to establish any national identity. So conclusion is ambiguous, malleable and ambiguous nature of nationalism, critical tension between the two models which is prevailing. There is something on culinary. Each nation is trying to establish its own identity through culinary diversity. That is another issue which is coming up. Now, I will request the paper presenters one by one to present. I think Mel can take over. And ask them one by one to present. Who will be presenting first?
Madam, I'll just introduce another session chair, and then we will make the session live. It'll take just 5 minutes. So I'd like to welcome on board another session chair for this second technical session, that is Professor Vijita Aggarwal. She's a forward-thinking academician with a proven record of accomplishments spanning over 20 years. She is a recipient of the prestigious Erasmus Mundus Scholarship for European Research Masters at University of London. Driven and ambitious, she has been writing extensively on academic as well as social issues. She has been contributing to newspapers and magazines on a regular basis. She serves as board member in several organizations. She is also on advisory board for Nandgarh Project of Vedanta Limited, a major project committed to the national vision of eradicating child malnutrition, providing education, healthcare, and empowering women with skill development. She's been associated with various institutions like IIT Roorkee, IIIT Kota, and NLU Simla as a visiting or adjunct faculty. Her industry experience of about 8 years, with a substantial part of it in entrepreneurial roles, acts as a perspective provider and facilitator in the integration of concepts with their application. Currently, she is the Director, International Affairs at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University and passionately associated with internationalization strategy of the university. Ma'am, welcome on board. We'd like you to speak a few words for the presenters.
Kalyani ji, welcome. and a very warm welcome to all the participants, Diksha and Monnet. Kalyani ji, I'm so happy that you could accept our invitation. I've known Kalyani ji for a very long time now, and it's been always a pleasure when she speaks, and whenever I have a chance to meet her, it's really a pleasure because she brings a new insight.
Vijita ma'am, you're on mute.
Okay.
Yes.
So I know Kalyani ji for a very long time now, and one of her key traits is that she brings a very new and fresh perspective to everything which she talks about. And then you realize that, oh, we knew about it, but this is something which we didn't think about. So thank you so much, Kalyani ji, for accepting our invitation here. This session, thank you. So this session, Society, Culture and Politics in Contemporary Europe. Now, when we think of this topic, what could be more antithetical than the alliance of word, culture and political power? And yet, for over 50 years, the process of European integration has been linking these opposite concepts. Europe, which is too often thought in economic terms, is first and foremost a cultural entity. I've had a chance of staying in Europe for almost a decade, off and on. And also very intensely when I was studying at London, you could clearly see a thread of common unity going through it. But however, now with this Brexit happening and other countries trying to break away, I think it's time that EU starts rethinking its conception and political implication of culture. And this is also of great importance because for the success of European integration and for the new civic relationships which are developing today in our local, national, and global communities. So with this background, I wish all the participants all the best, and let's start with our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very well said. Just to bring back perspective to the theme of the session, Society, Politics and Culture. In contemporary Europe, the discussion is in the tune of talking about issues and challenges of integration, refugees, migration, changing social fabrics, as well as religious and cultural underpinnings. Before starting the session, I'd just like to tell the presenters a few important pointers. It's essential that everybody marks their attendance in the link that will be shared at the end of the session in the chat box. There are 7 minutes that will be given to each presenter, 5 minutes for speaking and 2 minutes for asking questions. Being said that, I now declare the session live. Our first presenter is Arshi Dua, presenting on the topic, the changing social, political and economic fabric of India-UK relations in the post-pandemic world. Off to you, Ms. Dua.
Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Chair Sheetal ma'am, for this opportunity. I'll be presenting on changing political and economic fabric of India-UK relation in the post-pandemic world. Just make it a slideshow. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent and that survives. It is one of the most, the most adaptable to change. This quote by Charles Darwin is not only appropriate for species, but also for the geopolitical relations between the nation states as well. Adaptability to change is the key to survival and success for the great powers like India and Britain. The international geopolitical scenario has transformed due to harsh realities and restrictions imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Its reverberations can be witnessed in the transformed global political, social, and economic dynamics between the nation states. The impact of COVID-19 has been disastrous for the global economy and the existing economic and social structures. The cash flow on a global scale has drastically reduced due to lockdowns and closing up of airports. The global economy, uh, the global economy and ecosystem can be described as a serious decline in the global trade, choking up of economies, uncertainties, delay in many global investments and collaborations. The decline in the oil, commodity, and metal market. Countries that are heavily dependent on China have suffered from the supply chain bottlenecks, uh, while the global cost of environmental management has increased substantially. The cash flow in the developing countries have been severely impacted by the pandemic, which in turn have affected the daily wage earners and migrant laborers. The global economy is also heading towards recession if the pandemic and its implications are not curtailed. Post COVID-19 crisis, the global economic platforms would need to be reconstructed, cater to the realities of a new global economic order. The supply shock and the demand shock that resulted from the global economic shutdown has exposed the vulnerabilities in the production strategies and supply chains of trade and commerce. Temporary trade restrictions, lack of paramedical staff, shortages in pharmaceuticals, critical medical supplies, and other essential goods have emphasized on the global powers' lack of preparedness and weaknesses. These developments and the global power struggle between United States and China have triggered a rise in a policy of economic nationalism adopted by both the developed and the developing powers to promote national manufactures, domestic produce, local intelligentsia, and alternate and viable methods of production. The COVID-19 pandemic has enforced a strategy of adaptability by the nation states worldwide to ensure national interest over global ones. In case of India, first I'll start with India. In case of India, just a second. Uh, In case of India, despite the decline of economy, India has reinvented itself to adapt to a changing global order. Indians have rightly and seriously realized their socio-economic priorities. They now understand that the economic requirements requires a holistic approach of renaissance. The statement by Prime Minister Modi of being Atmanirbhar has led to the development of alternate methods of production of goods. um, India's handloom and textile industry, medical and pharmaceutical industries are few key areas that have witnessed the revival and redevelopment in the post-pandemic era. From being one of the largest importers of N95 mask in the initial lockdown phase to being one of the largest suppliers of it in a short time has resulted in building a sense of confidence for India in their own domestic capabilities. The production and distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine is another example of India's trust and belief in its own capabilities. Thus, Prime Minister Modi's policies for India have been geared towards economic nationalism and self-sufficiency. In case of Britain, the harsh realities of pandemic, which has impacted its economic, social, political sectors, are very dire. For Britain, the pandemic restrictions and the changing trade and investment fabric of UK due to Brexit have resulted in uneven economic growth. The COVID-19 has resulted in disastrous impact for British economy and society. According to Rishi Sunak, the health emergency for Britain is not over yet, and an economic emergency has only just begun. He has promised more money for health, infrastructure, defense to fight unemployment in Britain. From the world's sixth largest economy has shrank approximately by 11.3% by end of 2020 and has been reduced to such a state that it needs to borrow funds in 2020-21 financial year to sustain its economy. Has further complicated the dynamics between UK and EU and after Brexit and how should they treat each other's citizens who are used to live and work within a single market structure. The single market scenario is very unlikely for Europe after Brexit due to British push for regulatory economy and curtailing of its immigration. Travel restrictions already overtaxed British policies in the post-Brexit era, which have been criticized for being opaque and vulnerable. In case of India-UK friendship and solidarity, just a second.
Ms. Dua, you'll have to wrap up
India has been just 1 second. 1 minute is okay. India has been very attractive destination for British businesses and vice versa for seeking to relocate China's operation. Ironically, it is the pandemic that has brought both countries closer and ever before thanks to collaborations in critical areas such as vaccine development, innovation, manufacturing, etc. Today, India is a strong ally and partner for Britain, and Indian diaspora in Britain plays a significant role in further enhancing and developing this friendship. India and UK have reiterated their shared desire towards successful partnership in a post-COVID and post-Brexit era. India and UK have tremendous potential for collaborative trade and investment in defense, security, scientific sector, climate change, international solar alliance, and coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure, and also for some long-term projects for establishing a roadmap for future partnership. India and UK's friendship solidified in the corona crisis. They have agreed to work together for mutual benefits and aid, be it trade, commerce, exchange of ideas, scientific cooperation. Aid and vaccine for Indian nationals and Indian nationals in UK and vice versa. Both nations have built a common bridge to combat harsh realities of the pandemic and work towards a mutually beneficiary goal in economic cooperation and aid. Bilateral cooperation have continued and progressed even in the global pandemic times. India has exported essential medicines to UK and facilitated repatriation of British nationals from India during the lockdown. Trade and investment between the two nations have increased despite international restrictions. For example, the TVS Motors of India invested and acquired iconic British brand of Norton motorcycles. Thus, despite global restrictions and crisis, India's relationship with UK is progressing towards a positive growth and successful partnership. India and UK's complementary economies provide a strong structural base for collaborative effort where research and innovation of UK, research and innovation, along with of UK and along with the scale and affordability of India together amalgamated together offers a successful products and future cooperation. Thus, post-pandemic world has witnessed a transformation in socio-economic political fabric of India-UK relations towards a successful and mutually beneficiary agreement, and will continue to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dua. It appears that we have lapsed the time and there are no questions in the chat box, so we will move to the next presenter, which is Ms. Kamna Sagar. She will be presenting on an analysis. She'll be presenting an analysis of political sociology of religious
can't hear you.
Vedas. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So we don't see any questions in the chat box right now. Plus, we have lapsed the time for your question answer session. So we'll be moving to the next presenter, which is Ms. Kamna Sagar. Thank you so much for the presentation. Ms. Kamna Sagar, she will be presenting an analysis of political sociology of religious datas in Punjab. Ms. Kamna, if you could switch on your video and screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, without wasting my time, I'm presenting my paper. Title is on Analysis of Political Sociology of Religious Datas. That is a say.
You'll have to switch on your video also. All of you are requested to switch on your video while you're making your presentation, because we would like to see it as the same person who's presenting who has sent over the paper to us. Please switch on your video. You could start, Kamna. We can see your slides.
Ms. Kamna, could you please switch on your video?
I think she's doing it, Mona. Probably she's trying to switch on to the laptop. Because currently she's logged in from phone. So meanwhile, if you're taking time, Kamna, can we start with another presenter and come back to you?
There is an announcement, ma'am. Her video camera is not.
Analysis of the political sociology of religious section in Punjab. Third is to explain the religious and devotees practices in these organizations. And Fourth is to analyze the factors of relationship of the religious, sex, and political process in the state. And a hypothesis of the paper is the fulfillment of aspiration as independent of the nature of the sect that the respondents join. And methodology, the present study is based on both the primary and secondary sources. The primary source include the field survey, observation, and interview method, and comprehensive consultations. And secondary source include the material that's a literature published by the study of the sex, books, newspaper, and political, etc. Now I move to the review of literature. There's a very famous Demiel by in 1982. The work "The Caste, Religion, and Politics in India" emphasizes that the Indian society has gone for a deliberate change for the social structure with the view to realize the goal ensure the constitution, equality, social justice, prosperity, and secularism. Because as we know that India has a multiculturalism and a cultural diversity, so it's very difficult to depend on the one religion. And second, the very famous work by the Paramjit Singh Judge, Gurpreet Bell, 2009 work. In their joint work, The Mapping Dalit Contemporary Reality and Future Prospect in India, explored the matter of the social mobility of Dalits. I took the religious sex in Punjab because Punjab has the highest number of Dalits. That is now is 30.3% to according to the 2011 census data, and there's a Punjab has a education, empowerment, immigration, and entrepreneur are dimension, examined in their studies. And this topic is also related to my PhD work. Among the Dalits in Punjab, only the Adharmis have been able to transfer their social economic condition. Why I'm taking the Adharmis name? Because of the religious identities. Now they have turned into their identities as a Ravidasya identities, and they have a very famous movement that is called the Adhar movement in Punjab. That it is also emphasizes the religious culture and how the upper caste people interfering to the lower class identities in 2020s. And there is another work by the Harjot Oberoi, 1995, that is a construction of religious boundaries and emphasizes that the Sikh religious boundaries were constructed in the 19th century by the amalgam of the factors such as the new social grammar written and carried by the Sikh ideology, because they have a lot of the identity problems. Now I move to the another continue with my review of literature, that is Harsh K. Puri, Paramjit S. Jha, 2002, edited by Vogue. Social and political movement is enable us to understand the dynamic of the way the society produces culture, political orientation, structure of the domination and pattern of the resistance. Religion movements are or less conformed to the definite area and emerges due to social condition. Such movements are diverse and have a condition rooted in the local history and culture. Accordingly, the social and political movement in Punjab had a distinct features and tradition. At the time of the inception of Britishers in Punjab, population has compared by the Muslim, Hindus, and Sikhs. And there is a lot of the social movements, as you can see on the screen that I mentioned. That is the Singh Sabha movement and Adamiya movement, Kuka movement, because it is related to the identities. Second is a Moin Shekhar 1918 work, Religion, State and Politics, explained that the position that the Indian state has taken adhered the fact that the operated within the conceptualization of dominant values and belief held by the society, the attitude of that minorities are themselves responsible for social and reform, actually reform the division of the polity and locks the state in definite context in order to the political and cultural identity are often created. So first, I would like to explain how can you define the sect? That is a dera. It is the home of the gurus. As you can see, explain either 3 points. The sect is defines a group of people with a set of the religious or a political belief. The word means the monastery, and the dera is headed by the person who is called himself a guru. And second point, the follower of such data mostly come from the all sections of society, but generally the most followers seem to the marginal or a poor classes. And they were found to be mostly concerned with the Sikh attendance, stability, and honor. As you can see in a more third point, that the more rural setting of Punjab, the modernizing trend are likely to be the less pronounced and traditional pattern of authority remain more prominent, and the data is usually tied up for the identical method organize their followers. And as their nowadays can be used in the politics way, because nowadays the politicians are using a data for their own purposes. So now the data tradition in Punjab is not a new, they are the old tradition, and there's so many the Nirmalas and the Udasis datas that have been found in Punjab. The famous Guru Nanak Dev had many centuries ago say that the equality is given to the all society so that the people can give their religious sex and the political sociology through the politicians. But that not be possible in Punjab because they have a lot of the identities problem. Another strand of interview the religion in Punjab is that is the caste. Punjab has a large portion of SC populations. As you can see that I mentioned the 31.94% according to the 2011 censuses. And there's so many cases for the religious places where the political sociology religion is become the main identity where the people have so many conflicts. Tehlan Jalandhar district had 2003 and 2007 also, and there's a urgent the Dalits have immigrated from one faith to the another, and the casteism in
Miss
Punjab
Sagar,
is the remainder. Yes.
Miss Sagar, you'll have to wrap up in 1 minute.
Yeah, sure, I will. So this is a relationship between the religion and politics. That's how the politicians and religions making their own effort. And politician of religious group is not only the habitable; it becomes the functional set of bargaining society and strengthen the religious groups. And now the conclusion, I would like to say the political sociology refer to the between state and society, and the sex and movement have their political process because without the political process, there are no movements. And I think the social and political movements play an important role in our society. And there's a data which have some rejected all this religion and replaced the element of new practices through the religion in Punjab. Politics is not a new phenomena. The trend of gurus have invented not a positive long run. Punjabi society has always been a fertile ground for mushrooming a new blood. But the presently politicians of religion neither a good sign of religion nor the politician. Political party should be a more concerned with the policy program than the catching vote or hook by crook in the sphere of religion. The dimension irrational fear superstition of people and the scientific temper, and there is so many of the logical societies in Punjab regard a preferable secular value contemn them. And last I mentioned about the references which I have been used in my paper. Thank you so much. If you have a further question, please you can ask me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sagar. The floor is open for questions. We have another 30 seconds for the question answer session.
It's an excellent research work, but how do you link it with the session? The theme is society, politics, culture, and contemporary Europe. This is focused mostly on Deras in Punjab. That was my question. Otherwise, the paper is well structured, research based, literature survey. All that is fine.
Sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you properly.
Now, how do you link up with contemporary Europe? That is the session theme. This is
No,
focused
ma'am.
mostly
Actually, it is related to the India also. That's the why I've written the paper on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I just I was also confused when I saw the technical sessions, the paper I'm saying because it depends on the European and I don't know how to relate with the India. But I will try my level best to do on a blog on India because I know
It
that
ties
everybody
in.
has
It ties in with the overall conference theme, but it doesn't tie in with this session theme. That's what I meant. But
I
your
don't know,
paper
ma'am.
is well presented. Okay.
Ma'am, I don't know, but I think you have to ask the organizer because myself I was first confused when they, entered my name on this, theme. They should mention about the India also. I don't know, but they have just mentioned the Europe also.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sagar. We will move to the next speaker now, which is Lakshita Bhagat.
Just a second, morning. Give me a minute. Amna, we had, while we were communicating to you, we had put in a word saying that we would like you to bring in European as well as Indian perspective. If you could add that, that would be really great. Because the paper that you had sent over, we understood that it was just a small, since it's not a consolidated paper. So hoping that you would probably incorporate European concept into it, we had sent you the mail. Probably you did not read it very carefully. However, having said that, Monal, you can continue and call the next presenter.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So the next presenter on board is Ms. Lakshita Bhagat. She will be presenting her paper on cultural diplomacy in international relations. pertaining to European Union and India in the contemporary world. Ms. Bhagat, you have the floor for another 5 minutes. Try to wrap it up in 5 minutes so that we can have at least 2 minutes for question answers.
So can you see my screen and I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you, organizer, and thank you for introducing my topic. My point of departure is where Ambassador Dinesh Patnaik left. And this is where my paper begins, and you can read the two in conjunction. So he was talking about a deepening of cultural engagement between Europe and India and on a broader level. So how do we do that? He said we can do it through soft power. Of course, we can do it through soft power, but what are the means to do that? So herein comes the part of cultural diplomacy. Now, to first see, like, how can we do a deepen cultural engagement through culture? Cultural diplomacy is one way, but what is actually cultural diplomacy? Let us see. While this is a new term in international relation, I mean, it has come like in a decade or last 2 decades. It has become very famous in international policy circles, but the practice in itself is nothing new. You can see the definition on the screen. I will not, go into that, but broadly, it is about like it has been done by the private sector, the public sector, and it can be even by the civil society. And the practice of cultural diplomacy rests on two assumptions basically. One, healthy international relation can be established on the grounds of mutual respect and understanding of other cultures. Second, it counts education, language, and art as crucial entry points into a culture. Now, having said that, we will see how Europe and India fares in doing cultural diplomacy in contemporary world and like how they have been doing it, if at all. Now, what is the significance? It has been talked a lot about, so I will not go into it. They have like so much like shared value, rule of law, diversity, language, art and literature, the connections. Now, moving on to the next slide. Now, how EU has been doing it. One thing is that they have been making a lot of efforts and changes into their foreign policy to make culture a core element. See what the Frederica Morgherini had to say, and also Ursula von der Leyen also has said something related to culture. But see, she said that development of a strategic approach to international cultural relation is a top priority. As a consequence to that, in 2016, a joint communication of the European Parliament and Council towards an EU strategy for promoting international cultural relation provided a two-pronged scheme to promote a strategic EU approach to cultural diplomacy, namely enhanced EU cooperation and intercultural exchange of students, researchers, and alumni. And related to that, a cultural diplomacy platform was launched in 2016. There are plans to open European cultural houses, and some of them have also been opened recently. And the one thing that I would like to spend a little time of like I know that we are tight on time, but there's the amount of cultural outreach in India through higher education. Though first, there's also a contribution in higher education and also in primary education. We all know about Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. You can go and read about the EU's funding towards these programs. But what I want to spend time on is outreach in India through higher education. What I would say is that the EU's approach of cultural diplomacy is now becoming very planned, very strategic. One example of that, I can say this conference in itself is a practice. It is like the cultural diplomacy in practice. Look at the overarching themes of the conference. The logo is unmissable. The theme is unmissable, and the key speakers. The EU the ambassador of the European Union to India himself, took a time because it was funded. This conference is in itself co-funded by the Erasmus program and the Your Money module, which is headed by Dr. Sheetal Sharma. So this is the prime example how you can, have contact through higher education. Now coming to India. India is of course an old player, but let's see how they have been doing. And it has been said in the literature and scholars that they have been doing diplomacy, the culture. Although I want to clarify, like we do not have a policy towards it, but the cultural engagements have been very rich and very diverse between India and other countries. which Dr. Shashi Tharoor says has been very, unplanned byproduct of India's cultural relation and historical development. Not going into that, let's see. But one thing that we need to see is that Indian Council for Cultural Relation was established. We have to see how what was the importance given to culture in the Indian political and foreign policy framework. So in 1950, the Indian Council for Cultural Relation was established, and that was the same year when the Constitution of India was also established. So I'm just making that comparison. So how long was the vision? How early was the vision? And we have seen international yoga days and all that, and the role of diaspora is also very important. But what we need to say is that we do not have any approach, and that was also flagged by the Committee on External Affairs 18th report in 2018, that India's soft power diplomacy, and that was on ICCR and diaspora, that we need to have a policy to revamp India's soft power policy, and they suggest us to have some kind of a cultural matrix and soft power. Yes, yeah, I'm just concluding.
You have to wrap up in 1
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, what in the end, the central thing that I want you to take away from my presentation is that both we need to see how EU has been branding. All the nations have been branding. Recently, the Nordic branding strategy also came up, and how they are harnessing their values, their ranking, and everything. The equality, their sustainability. They have their own strategy. They have their websites, and I see there's a great potential for India. But what we need to understand that ICCR and the diaspora can play a great part, but our ICCR has done a great job, but they remain underfunded and understaffed. In the end, and we need to engage when we develop a policy and cultural diplomacy at academia, because EU has already been, I'm not saying that we should follow, but we need to engage the academia and the cultural community both. So I end here. Any questions are welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bhagat. Now the floor is open for questions for another 30 seconds.
Soft power policy. Hello?
Yes.
Can you explain the soft power policy?
Yeah, soft power. We don't have a policy. Like when we see international relation, they have been, the power of a country, it has been divided into like hard power and soft power. Joseph Nye has talked a lot about soft power. What is soft power? So soft power, if we see it as our culture, our art, our language diversity, we don't have a soft power policy, but the EU, they have been they're planning it. So we need to have how we can play a greater role. How can we have a policy and how it can serve us in that sense I was talking about. And but I did not get your question. Soft power in that sense is like speaking traditionally, is that like hard power, soft power. And usually we do diplomacy. The traditional diplomacy has been to do it, influencing the action and behavior of foreign governments through economic incentives and military might, but without non-violence, without any kind of violence. So soft power is without just nudging through in the harnessing a country's soft power. Yeah. If you can elaborate your question further, maybe I can maybe answer that.
No, I got your answer.
Okay.
I wanted the difference between hard and soft. I got that. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now we'd like to call the next speaker for the session. That is Mr. Manish Verma, and he'll be presenting on cultural and spiritual regeneration in industrial Europe, pandemic as a catalyst being the subtopic. Mr. Verma, could you please switch on your video?
Yeah, I'm just trying to share my PPT. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you have the floor for another 5 minutes and 2 minutes for question answers. Your time.
Is my video profile, is it visible?
No, sir. You'll have to switch on your video.
How do I do that? because there's been some snag.
It's okay, Mahesh. Since your slides are visible, you can continue with the presentation.
Sure.
Later on, I'll speak to you probably.
Sure, ma'am. A very warm welcome to everyone. I sincerely thank the organizers and my supervisor, Sheetal ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. My presentation is titled Cultural and Spiritual Regeneration in Europe. To give you a bit of the background, as I speak, there have been more than 31 million cases, resulting in nearly a million deaths in Europe due to COVID-19. Modern Europe in particular has certainly become acquainted, or rather reacquainted, with this phenomena of mass and inscrutable deaths. Now, Europeans as a populace, at least in the recent history, are relatively culturally and psychologically under-equipped to deal with such a tragedy and crisis today. And the response has to be very comprehensive and holistic, going beyond the immediate, medical response, or beyond the immediate technical responses like vaccination and medication. And talking about that comprehensive response and undertaking, that will eventually speed up an ongoing process in Europe. The role of religious organizations, cultural organizations, heritage policies, etc., will determine their broader consequence in the altered landscape of Europe post the pandemic. This also has implications for India. Now, last 10, 15 years, Europe and crisis, they have become quite synonymous. The Brexit issue, migration crisis, recent spate of terror attacks, the sovereign debt crisis, and needless to say, this COVID-19 crisis, a feeling has been induced that the integration project may no longer work. Hence, this crisis today is an opportunity. It's an important juncture for Europe to renew its commitment to a shared vision and identity, which will be rooted in its civilizational heritage. And echoing similar sentiments is Charles Michel, President of the European Council. And it's worth mentioning that the year 2018 was declared as the European Year of Cultural Heritage. And the official website of the EU states that so far 37 countries have organized nearly 12,000 events involving around 7 million participants. So this is not just a matter of conjecture. Cultural heritage today, it finds resonance and acceptance and agreement in the very top echelons of EU's official dom. And regarding the role of different institutions like the church in Sweden, the church in Hungary, they have all risen up to the occasion and in supplementing the efforts of the respective state governments in dealing with this crisis, going beyond the immediate spiritual mores. And as far as the cultural heritage sector is concerned, I would state an economic fact. Europe has nearly 10 billion euros. There's a graph behind it. 10 billion euros surplus in terms of cultural goods. Now, this testifies to how vital its cultural and heritage industries are in the global market. Now, this again brings me to a very pertinent question, or rather a debate: science and faith during a pandemic, reciprocity or conflict. But in as much as a deeper thinking is required, we have to relook at this debate once again. In the context of COVID-19, is it entirely unconceivable that a scientist or a virologist sincerely pray for a cure for a loved one, even as he and she work simultaneously to develop a vaccine? And probably there's no better example to exemplify this than Dr. Francis Collins, who holds the values of both religion and science. He is an astrophysicist for the reference. He had won the prestigious Templeton Prize, a prize given to those who try to bridge this gap between faith and science. And if we look further towards our part of the globe, we have the Indian yoga, which is now has pan-global acceptability, with evidence suggesting that it has enormous medical and physical benefits. Now, talking about this ideological laden conflicts and ideology-laced prisms of are looking at the world, say today's debates are essentially premised on two seemingly opposite categories of secularists, atheists versus the religious and traditionalists. However, history shows us something else. The word atheist meant that anybody who refused to be a follower of the pagans or established pantheon of gods, atheists were essentially practicing Christians. But today, if we look at the contemporary movement, atheism carries with it an alternative value system in itself, basically a set of ideas that depicts the West as the high point of morality, modernity, and development. This thinking has provided framework to German biologists like Ernst Haeckel, and needless to say, Karl Marx, who, while condemning liberal societies and their economic models, viewed them as the pinnacle of human progress and rationality. We should also not forget that Karl Marx also supported the colonialism of India. So, according to time and context, how these things change, how with renewed context, meanings and interpretations of concepts change, and which calls for fresh interpretation. Because in today's world, we have the Brexit, we are seeing normalization of Arab-Israeli ties, India's speedy recovery from the COVID-19 induced effects, and last but not the least, the virus itself. Today, the core issue is not just about surviving the pandemic, but also about the need to intellectually contest and reason for very alternative conceptions of political, economic, and cultural thinking. And now coming to the implications it has for India-Europe relations. See, this presumed pattern of linear progression of secularism and modernity that is today being questioned. The reality of revisionist states, religious radicalism, jihadist movements, religious proselytization. These movements are very much present and thriving. Today, Europe is officially sanctioning funds and policies aiming at promoting their heritage. India too is going through its own process of churn, whereby it is increasingly positioning itself as a civilization state as opposed to a nation state. Hence, this carries a connotation. Talking about challenges, well, there are a few irritants in our bilateral relationship as well, because certain members of the EU Parliament, think tanks, NGOs in the past have published statements which tend to create an unease in the relationship. Hence, adopting a fresh approach in the light of changed circumstances would further strengthen of what already has been a cordial relationship till date. In the end, I would say that the unifying and cementing characteristics of the cultural, religious, and civilizational attributes is getting its due appreciation and attention in both India and Europe after a period of relative neglect. I would finally conclude with a quotation by John Lennon, that life is what happens to you while you are busy making your plans. So I think this sums up very well with the overall stand of the paper. I am through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The floor is now open for questions for another 20 seconds.
What do you do in 20 seconds? Okay, Manish,
yes, ma'am.
You have a quotation that the cultural heritage should not only be a legacy from the past, but a resource for the future. So,
yes,
which aspects of European cultural heritage do you think would be useful for the future?
Ma'am, this statement, ma'am, I'm specifically pointing towards the economic tangibility of their heritage, because unless any idea comes up with this amount of economic tangibility, it tends to fail in the long run. I mean, the sheer cultural heritage programs which EU is sanctioning and the employment it is generating and the sense of identity it is fomenting, the heritage tourism and several film festivals and cultural events which are taking place. And this, so it's not just intangible concept any longer. It is very much tangible. So, ma'am, that is what I was alluding to.
So
and as a resource for
hard power rather than soft power.
Ma'am, a mixture, I would say, of economic power and the coalescing of both, ma'am, I would say.
Okay. Thank you. Well argued.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before moving to the next speaker, there's one question in the chat box. It has been asked by Mr. Mohammed Shafiq Sultan, and the question is that how about Indian educational institutions exchange program, the role in cultural diplomacy?
Okay, so this is one area which I haven't covered, because I haven't covered that as part of my this current work. So I apologize that I wouldn't be able to give a satisfactory answer to the respected gentleman.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now move to the next speaker. We'll move to the next speaker, Samardeep Sandhu, and they will be presenting a paper on changing social fabric in Europe and India. Sir, could you please present your screen?
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Manu.
You have the floor for another 5 minutes and 2 minutes for question and answer.
Thank you, Manu. Thanks a lot. So my paper is on changing social fabric in France and India, and just to start off the topic, I'll let you know what social fabric what social fabric actually connotes. So social fabric is nothing but a metaphor which we use to depict society as a fabric and us, the people of the society, as its thread. And as is self-explanatory from the term, if the thread of this fabric will loosen up, then the connections of the people, the relationship of the society, of the people in the society, it will also weaken up, and that will lead to a weakening or tarnishing of this fabric. And it is also very logical that the weaker this fabric is, the weaker will be the relations of the people with each other. So, with that aside, now let me focus on how it is changing. So, the social fabric as such, it has been changing because there is a division in people, a, a visual and a practical and a acknowledgeable division is uh, there in the society, and this is not to say that this division was not there earlier, or it came in the last year only, but this division which happened in the course of the last year, it has left some very tangible and practical implications and things we can actually put up a point or a finger on, and we can say that this is the effect of this division. So this was a division which was very much of practical importance for the entire society. Now my paper focuses on this changing social fabric in France and India, and as I said, the division, I will try to display the division that has been caused in both the countries. Now, division basically will lead to a situation of people dividing themselves into us and them. So, us is everyone of one thinking, of one pattern, of one background or things, something they can acknowledge themselves as a part of one group. And them is anything or anyone who is not us. And what is dangerous is that to the people in us, everything which is not us, which is them, is not acceptable, and it is dangerous for their existence, is what they perceive it as. This is also known as xenophobia. And in France, the COVID-19, I've picked up two events from the last year. The first one is COVID-19 pandemic, and the second one is killing of Samuel Paty, which also we can relate to the Charlie Hebdo attacks in 2014-15 in France. Because both of these attacks, these incidents are emerging from the same set of facts. So first of all, in COVID-19 pandemic, it was acknowledged as one of the most racially charged events of entire France. Actually, there were, to just give you a background, there were n number of events, multiple events where people of Chinese origin were targeted. They were harassed. They were physically abused. They were verbally abused. They were ostracized from the society, and a practical implication of this was found in a survey by Ipsos Mori poll. This happened in, as recently as in Feb 2021, and there there this survey could identify the change in perspective of the European people of France and in Europe generally, and obviously in countries like France, Germany, and other countries as well. So there in that survey, uh, this poll was able to ascertain that almost 28% of respondents were considering to avoid. They were considering avoiding Chinese people or people from China, Chinese origin people, because of the pandemic, because of the coronavirus, because they held Chinese people responsible for coronavirus. So this led to a division between non-Chinese and Chinese. Us and them was here divided into, it was Chinese people versus anybody non-Chinese. So non-Chinese people were treating Chinese people in with indignation, with hatred, with uh, they were not being treated in a very normal way that we. So there was this social pandemic that led to a deterioration of social fabric. Then the killing of Samuel Paty, because that again led to a division between us and them. And here, this time, it was between Muslims and non-Muslims. uh, and the Islamophobia.
Mr. Sandhu?
Yes, ma'am. Should I wrap it up?
You will have to wrap up. You will have to
Okay, ma'am.
wrap it up in
Definitely.
2 minutes.
Okay, then I'll just go through my thing within a minute. So in India, we've witnessed.
1 minute more. Amadev, if you feel you need, because yours seems to be very interesting, so I can give you 1 minute more from my stock, right?
Okay, ma'am. So kind of you. Thank you. So then I'll give a little bit to this topic also. So then there was in France only there was an event in which a history high school teacher was murdered ruthlessly because he displayed some cartoons which were published by Charlie Hebdo magazine in 2014-15, which depicted Prophet Muhammad through cartoons. And in Islam, it is to depict Prophet Muhammad through cartoons is it's a horrible act. It's a despicable act. So the Muslim community took offense of this act and they murdered this professor. Oh, sorry, this teacher, and this shows that our the right to expression and right to free speech, which was the topic of that class, was blatantly abused, blatantly disregarded, and Muslims again they went into this what we usually know as religious extremism, and they conducted some acts of religious extremism, and which this is the background, and then the effect of this particular incident was that the Muslim country, the Muslim population was again ostracized from the society. French people disregarded Muslims, and the Muslims all over the nation they started boycotting French products. They started boycotting French government, and this again led to a division. So this clearly shows that the social fabric was weakened by this act also. Now, quickly in India. So in India, we witnessed last year two Hindu-Muslim riots. 56 people died. Many we all know the background of it, so I'm not going to the background. But what is interesting here is that a fact-finding committee, which was formed after the Bangalore riots, it said that the reason of those riots was not something which happened instantaneously or spontaneously. Rather, the fact-finding committee, which was a committee headed by a retired judge of a high court, they said that the Bangalore riots was premeditated. They were pre-planned, and they were basically conducted to. They were basically conducted to divide the society and to further these are not my words, but the society, but the report said that the Muslim population was trying to convert people into Muslim religion. So that was, in my opinion, humble opinion, maybe this is a political act, and this report is a political report. It can be said so because there's no judicial determination of the facts of this case, but the report has already established that this is an act of Muslim people trying to convert Hindus into Muslim religion, which again obviously led to a very division, led to uh, useless and pointless and but while it is ruthless and pointless, but it is actually very harmful and dangerous to the society because it again divides people into Hindus and Muslims, and religious extremism here creeps into the society. And last but not the least, and the burning issue of our country right now is the farmers' protest. This again has seen the society dividing into farmers and non-farmers and capitalists, and then people labeling these farmers as terrorists, Khalistanis, or the recent term which was used is that something our prime minister said. I don't remember the exact term, but or even our prime minister in Andolan GV. So words like these and the general air around it, the general perception around it, is that we can see through our news channels, through our daily debates, through our daily life, we can see a division into people. there are lakhs of people sitting around the country protesting against these things. Nothing.
I think you've exhausted my quota as well, yeah? Now
Okay.
you got it lined up. I'll give you 1 minute more.
That is the end of my presentation. And the point here is that the division between us and them, a division between haves and haves not, a division between the society, between the people of the society is a practical reality which we should acknowledge and which we should try to address and cater to this thing. I'll just wrap it up here, ma'am. So that is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sandhu. We don't see any questions in the chat box, but we'll still leave the floor open for questions for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, I have not one question, but one general observation I have, which I would like to make. Amardeep, the facts that I don't know, facts, whatever you are quoting, since you're making such strong statements, it would be advisable if you put through the sources there from which you're quoting it. Because since you've not mentioned the sources in your slides, let me finish. Since you've not mentioned your sources in the slides, it so seems probably that turns out to be your own opinion rather than the opinion that has been given over by the reports or by the...
Definitely, ma'am. But those sources I've quoted in my paper. But yes, I've not pointed them, not mentioned them in this presentation, in this slide. But you will definitely find those sources in my paper, ma'am. Those are there, ma'am.
Okay, I have one comment. I had seen the sources in the paper, but Amardeep, don't you think the farmer protest is an economic protest? It doesn't go the rest of your paper on religious disorder.
No, actually, I was not actually focusing on religious thing. It was basically I was focusing on division. Whatever events has caused division between the people of the society, whatever has led to a division, which, as I earlier said, into us and them. So, in farmer protest also, ma'am, while it is an economic, but it has definitely converted into a social thing because of the number of people. And after 26th January, ma'am, this has converted into a social event or social protest, and this has definitely led to a division between people. So my focus was on division, which has caused the deterioration of social fabric.
Thank you so much.
Definitely.
Now the last speaker, the last presenter for this session on board, Ms. Shikha Shaukin, will be presenting a paper on the role of political leaders in managing refugees and migration issues. And we have the floor for 5 minutes and 2 minutes for question answers.
I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen is visible, ma'am?
Your screen is visible, ma'am, but your video is not. Now it is.
But my camera is
My video is visible now.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Shikha. I'm working as assistant professor at MSI and also part-time scholar at USMS, IPU. The co-author for this paper is Dr. Shilpa ma'am. She's working as assistant professor at USMS. My main topic is the role of political leader in managing the refugees and the migrant issues. Wait a second. The screen is not visible to me. I'm sorry. Migrants and refugees are not the pawns on the chessboard of humanity. They are the children, women, and men who live or who are forced to leave their homes for various reasons, who share a legitimate desire for knowing and having, but above all, for being more. This statement was given by the Pope Francis on the World Day of Migrants and Refugees in 2014. Abstract from my paper is macro vulnerabilities and the prolonged political instability in the various parts of the world, including the Middle East and the certain region of Africa and Asia, have given a way to growing migrant crisis that is increasingly echoing through our politics, economies, societies globally, particularly in Europe, as the number of refugees globally continues to rise. Even though an immediate resolution seems unlikely in the near future, it is crucial for government, multilateral organization, public and a private sector to contribute towards the finding the solutions. The study will present a clear understanding of unending migrant crisis, especially in India and Europe, and explore the definitions, roots, and challenges. The paper also tries to summarize the roles and challenges faced by the political leaders while addressing these crises. Final section of paper would take a closer look towards the push and the pull factors that could impact the future refugees and unmanaged migration movement and make suggestions to improve the situation. Now, the introduction part, a refugee is someone who left their home but does not have a new home to go. Often, refugees do not carry many possessions with them and do not have a clear idea of where they may finally settle. Migration is about the movement of a people from one place to another. There can be internal migration and then there can be international migration. Internal migration has been increased in the last 2020 due to the COVID-19. And globally, one in every 122 human being is now either a refugee or internally displaced and seeking the asylum in some other countries. According to the Global Migration Report, the figure of worldwide migrants has been nearly doubled in 2020 to 272 million from 150 million in 2000. Based on the data of UNHCR in 2019, at least 79.5 million people around the world have been forced to flee their homes. Among them, nearly 26 million are refugees, and around half of them are under the age of 18. Government of India directly provides the protection and assistance to the 203,235 refugees from Sri Lanka and Tibet and 39,960 refugees and asylum seekers of other nationalities and are registered under UNHCR mandate. These are some issues and the challenges faced by the country in managing the migrant and refugees. First challenge is successfully caring for and resettling the migrants, how to register them and how to take care of their basic amenities, differentiating between the genuine asylum claims and the economic migrants. Economic migrants are those migrants who change their country for the better job perspectives to increase their standard of living. But genuine asylum are those the person who are not being taken care of or who are being treated as inhuman nature or degrade treatment in their countries. These are the genuine asylum seekers. Integrating the new migrants' arrival into society by providing them good education, by providing them shelters, education, proper sanitation. Assessing the infrastructure and ability to accepting the countries to deal with the number of refugees and migrants. Securing the funding from humanitarian aid and assistance provided upon approval. This is also the issue that how to fund those particular migrant issues in this particular country. Protecting the borders and ensuring the security of national in context of unmanaged migration and increasing threats from terrorism. I quoted two examples here. The Paris attack in 2015 was the main reason they were saying that it was done through the unregistered migrants. And in India, the Rohingyas are also not allowed to register themselves just because there's a threat of security to the country. Developing the innovative and advanced technology to help respond more quickly and effectively to situation on the ground. Here, how you can develop a technology, or how the technology can help to manage these refugees is also a major issue or a challenge. And responding to the refugee crisis in a way that it preserves the value and legitimacy of country and its states. The case study of two nations, I have taken a two nation, India and Europe. We will discuss one by one. We will taking two countries, India and Russia, and comparing their views and actions on the matter of refugees from neighboring countries. Both these countries have a massive influx of refugees from neighbors who face a severe persecutions in their home country. India has an influx of refugees from Bangladesh, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. In Europe, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees saw that the main three ethnicities among more than the 1 lakh evacuees showing up from the Mediterranean Sea were Syrian, with the 46.7% is the highest percentage, then the Afghanistans, that 20.9, and the Iraqis is 9.4. Now this is that particular data for the country in India, Sri Lanka's, Myanmar, and Afghanistan. The data, Sri Lankans have the most who are being refugee or being asylum seekers in India. These are the data for Europe, migrants in Europe. Migrants to the Europe from other countries, for example, they're from 39 million around. Migrants within the Europe, and it's migrants from the Europe. These are the people who are taking the asylum in other countries like Latin America or the Northern America or the Caribbean. Now, India stands on the migrants and refugees. India is now the participant of Refugees Convention 1951 and 1967 protocol. And India doesn't have any domestic refugee law as well. But in spite of no definitive law, India has a history of helping the numerous refugees in many times. This has been done on a humanitarian ground and a goodwill of heart. These measures have not been government specific and have been carried out by every government irrespective of the party they belong to. In the recent time, but under the leadership of Modi ji, on 11 December 2019, the Citizenship Act was amended and was approved by the Parliament of India. This amendment gives the right, for example, by giving away Indian citizenship for refugees from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, who are Hindus, Sikhs, and Buddhists, Jain, Parsis, and Christian, and reached India before the end of December 2014. Under this amendment, migrants who entered before 2014 and who had suffered religious persecution, or the fear of religious persecution here means who are being forcefully to convert the another religions. Modi government has been applauded as well as criticized for this amendment by the citizens as well as the various esteemed organizations and organizations. The main reason for the criticism was that they did not include the Muslims in this definition or in this amendment given in 2019. Next is Russia's stance on the migrations and refugees. Russia is a signatory of both 1951 and 1967 Refugee Convention. This law characterized the refugee as an individual who is outside his or her nation.
Ma'am, the time is lapsed.
Okay, ma'am. The law of
So you have
refugees.
to wrap it up in 30
yes, ma'am.
seconds.
Just only two. Yes, it was altered in 1998 and 2000. And these are the some articles which provide the protection to the migrants. Article 4.1 said that if any migrant or the shelter seeker enters into Russia, they have to be registered with the police force. But according to 4.6, application has been considered by the Russian specialist to accept those applications. If those applicants being rejected, again the Article 12.2 permits a federation of to concede that brief shelter to those people who cannot be extradited for the compassionate reason under the Article 4.7. And this idea of non-refoulement was entered in the Convention 1951. This provides that if some person is not being treated rightly in their native country, no country can force them to move that person in in particular country again. They are being taken care of by the another country where they have been as treated as refugees. Now, the push and pull factors of migration. Push factors are the public services are not adequate. Push factors are those which force the person to leave that country, and pull factors which attracts the country to take asylum in that particular country. Public services are not adequate. Safety needs are not being taken care of. Rate of crime in some countries are high. Too much dependence upon the agriculture. Lack of water, like in the Syria in 2015 and 2020, there was a drought situation which given a rise to the Syrian crisis, and submerge of region due to the flood, impoverishment, like poverty, situation of war among the nations. Then pull factors are the superior employment opportunities, high standard of living, better health and medical facility, better climatic condition, better security stability, stable government, and good productive agricultural land. And low risk of natural calamities in some regions are the pull factors. They attract the most refugees or the shelter seekers to their countries. My last slide is suggestion. World should come together and help the migrants and the refugees, as most of these people are poor and dream of the better life. Suggestions are as follows. UN should make a detailed rules and the procedures for the international migrant and the refugee crisis. Every country signatory should adhere to the convention rules and create policies in the benefit of refugee without any biases. Rehabilitation of refugees in hygienic area and ensuring their right to the basic necessities should not be compromised. Government should take accountability of their actions and the biased laws and sought to amend them at earliest. Identification of them as citizens and not as a refugee or a migrant, thus uplifting their community. Thank you from my side. Any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am. We don't see any questions in the chat box, but the floor is open for questions, but only 30 seconds.
I have one question, Dr. Shika.
Yes,
you brought out very well migrant issue in Europe and India, but why did you bring in Russia? Because it was not fitting in very well with the rest of the presentation. Russia also.
Because Russia is the highest number of refugees. That's why I taken the Russia also in this thing. Because the highest number of refugees are in Russia, according to the UNHCR data.
I think that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
That's the main reason.
Okay.
This marks the end of this particular session. Before closing the floor for questions and presentations, I'd just like to highlight some pointers that came up in the various paper presentations. There were the presentations focused on developing a strategic approach to international cultural relations. There were highlights on making efforts to do culture to make culture a core element of the foreign policy between India and Europe. There were presentation also reiterated on the fact that today's debates are essentially between atheists or seculars and nationalists. Apart from that, there were questions of social fabric. We talked about the social fabric being a metaphor used to depict the society as a fabric made of people. Apart from that, we also talked about how the presumed patterns of linear progression are being questioned now in contemporary Europe and India. Thank you so much, Kalyani ma'am. Thank you so much, Vijita ma'am. We would just like to have a few closing statements from both of you. Kalyani ma'am.
Okay, I have been giving my comments for each paper. Some of the papers were very good. In my opening remark, many of them didn't deal with economic issue, but they dealt with mainly this culture was well brought out, migrant issue was brought out, and recent events have been focused on. Some of the papers were more event based, and the theoretical underpinnings were lost sight of. There is a need for linking the events with the theory that was lacking in some of the papers. But most of the authors have labored a lot, done a lot of references, and done good work. That's what I think. It was a good attempt by all the heading authors. And Shika ma'am, her paper was good. It was a well experienced paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Vijita ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Kalyani ji, for so attentively attending the session, and you gave such good remarks after every paper. Thank you so much. It was, though we are doing it online, but it seemed that we are just sitting across each other. So thank you so much, and congratulations to the participants, presenters of the paper. Some of the papers were really very good. And as Kalyani ji said, and Kalyani ji, most of the presenters are first year PhD scholars also. So I would congratulate you that you have just started your journey in academics, and these kind of attempts are very, very good for you to grow up as an academician. So my good wishes to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before closing the session now, I want to highlight that the link for the attendance has been shared 3 times in the chat box. So we'll leave the meeting on for another 1 minute for everyone to mark the attendance. Also, for all the participants, the schedule for the next 2 days will be shared via your email. Diksha,
can I just say something? Can we all switch on our videos so that we can have a group picture? All of you. And can I request the organizers to just make sure that the layout is better? All of us are mute yourself and switch on your videos. Anandji, Anand Kumar, you are the host, but you are not visible.
Yes, ma'am.
तो उसका लेआउट अच्छी तरह से कर लीजिएगा.
Ma'am, ma'am, it doesn't show the option of video in this session, ma'am. Only.
अच्छा, तो फिर आप इनको आनंद जी, फिर बहुत ऑड लगता है कि एक का वीडियो नहीं हो, तो या तो आप हट जाएं.
ठीक है मैम, मैं साइन आउट कर देता हूँ.
हाँ, नहीं, आप साइन आउट कैसे करोगे? आप तो होस्ट हो. दीक्षा.
यस.
दीक्षा बताइए. अच्छा, जितेंद्र, आपका नहीं आ रहा है. कोई बात नहीं. आनंद का आ गया. चलिए. ओके.
I'm just giving a minute. I'm signing out now.
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. Who is taking the picture? कल्याणी मैम. आप इतना टाइम लगाते हैं. कल्याणी मैम कहाँ गई? कल्याणी जी, वीडियो चला दीजिए थोड़ा सा. आई थिंक कल्याणी मैम चली गई। चलिए जितने हैं उनकी वीडियो लीजिए। कोशिश करिए कि जो लोग वीडियो पे नहीं है उनको आप स्क्रीन में। मैम आ गई, चलिए ओके।
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
और ले लो यार।
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I have taken many.
चलिए, थैंक यू वेरी मच। कल्याणी जी, थैंक यू सो मच। होप टू सी यू सून। बाय।
Let's meet tomorrow now. Thank you, Monal. Thank you for conducting the session so very well.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
दीक्षा जी, आपका तो भाई बैकग्राउंड बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है।
Thank you, ma'am. But मेरी शक्ल इस टाइम ऐसे हो रही है कि बस मैं
शक्ल भी बहुत सुंदर है, शक्ल भी बहुत सुंदर लग रही है, बैकग्राउंड भी बहुत सुंदर। चलिए देन, थैंक यू एवरीवन।